Gibman should be on. I don't see why the image is not coming. All right, there we go. Let's see.
Oh, are we on live?
Yeah,
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the closing argument. New week, new people, new idea, new things to talk about. Liberia is in the news. The president at the UN, President Weah returns. Metal Steel is in the news. Grand Bassa is in the news. Everybody is in the news. But today we have a special guest, our favorite speaker. Dr. Dunn will be here to discuss this weekend that is coming up. You know, it's a big weekend. The conference for all the diasporans will be talking, bringing ideas to the table. And Dr. Dunn is spearheading that initiative. He's going to be here to give us an update. I know he's very busy. We appreciate him coming on to give a few minutes of his time to tell us what's happening, what to expect, what the agenda is, who are the speakers. And hopefully he will have some domboy, some bats of fufu there for us to eat. So let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody.
I'm still trying to work on the screen so that everybody
can. All right.
So you go ahead.
Dr. Wallace Powell called me from Providence, Rhode Island, complaining that he's not getting our show. And I told him we will send him the link. So I don't know why he didn't get the show, but he said he missed few episodes of the show. And he's a fan of the show, and whenever he doesn't get a show, he gets jittery. We appreciate you, Mr. Wallace Powell, out of Providence, Rhode Island, one of Liberia's greatest accountants. But let's look at some of the issues in Liberia. The big one, Washington, D.C. by extension, the event that is going on this weekend. Hopefully you are in the DMV area. Hopefully it's not sold out, because we would like for everyone to have a means of sitting and observing and listening and taking note and supporting the government. At least this is an initiative that we all be looking forward to. And we should give them the benefit of the doubt and see what is it that we all can bring to the table to help move Mama Liberia forward. As usual, we say our topics are original, they are legit. Our opinions may be different, but the subject matter is of substance. So today, Dr. Dunn is going to be here. We are going to be talking about those issues. Good news. We don't only report when it's negative, but we report when it's positive. This is a positive thing that we all should rally around and support. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. It's good to be back on the closing argument today, Monday. The Monday's edition. I think our guest is already in the back. We still trying to do some, but we should be bringing him on very soon in about 1 or 2 minutes. Dr. Dunn is already in the back. I can see him seated in the back, so we should be trying to bring it on now.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Dunn, obviously, he was the orator of the July 26th celebration. There he goes. Uh-oh. It looked like he's been escorted. He got an escort. He got Alfonso, the security. He's here. He want to make sure. When we were growing up, it used to be called SSS, right? I think Alfonso too young to know that, but Dr. Dunn, you know, it used to be SSS during our days.
Yep. Not at all. I was around those days as well.
Oh, you were around those days. Okay, Dr. Peabody, you want to welcome our guests.
It's always a delight to have everybody back here on the Closing Acumen. We know that the Liberia Diaspora Conference is coming up. It's going to be a big program. In fact, people keep reaching out to me that they can't register. It's full. They can't get in, so they had a very good response. So tonight, we want to come and just talk about what's going to be happening on the activities and what the program is going to be like. So we are very honored again to have Dr. Dunn here for the second time on the Closing Acumen, and also Alfonso. So guys, welcome, and it's great to have you in the Closing Acumen.
Thank you. Thank you, brothers.
Excellent. Doc, you have been doing an excellent job on this particular initiative. Dr. Peabody said, everybody been calling us that there's no room. It's sold out. You should have taken the stuff outside, man. We know the some people would take it under the tree. So congratulations. It looks like it's going to be a great time. Ms. Yeckerson reached out to me. She said, you still have to come. And I said, okay, she's coming in from North Carolina, I guess. She said, you got to come in, you got to come in, you got to come in. So I said, well, that's fine. So Doc, tell us what is going on. What should we expect to happen on this weekend? When can we come in? And hopefully you get some fufu and soup on the menu.
Well, thank you again. Good evening, and let me start by expressing my thanks not only for myself but from our committee and from the persons that have been working so diligently to put all of this together. Like everything else, there's always a front face, but behind that face there are many others who are doing the work. And so on behalf of all of our team members, those in Monrovia, those as far as North Carolina, here, in Philadelphia, in the DC area, we have boots on the ground from all walks of life as it relates to the Liberia diaspora. So on behalf of them, let me thank you. And I always start by saying that the value you bring to our community, both across these United States and the world, is invaluable. Giving people access to come on your show and to dialogue, you say not only you refer to it as bad news, but no, challenging news. Not only to dialogue in challenging times, but also to celebrate what's going on. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Peabody. He is part of our team. He's working with Mr. Alfonso, and they are putting together a media strategy for this weekend. And hopefully, with their contributions, that many more people will be able to join in, listen in, and participate in what we believe will be a substantial conversation. So starting off, as we announced when we were on your show the first time, that this initiative came about earlier on. It was announced earlier on, but my understanding is that it was birthed, some years back, and it's just now coming into fruition. So I want to thank the president for his efforts to bring the diaspora community together from all walks of life. So currently we have people coming from as far as Australia, from Sweden, from the United Kingdom, from Canada, and all across 34 states of these United States. Hopefully, we are planning to have the leader of our community in Ghana to join us virtually. And so we are hoping that this will be a true picture of a global family of Liberians coming together to listen, to learn, to dialogue, to offer suggestions as to how we can partner with government in moving our country forward.
This young man here by the name of Alfonso. Alfonso, is this your first time on the Closing Argument?
Yes, this is my first time on the Closing Argument, but there are people on the Closing Argument who I'm familiar with. My brother Miss Dr. Peabody. Sorry, I almost said Mr. Dr. Peabody. We've met, we've interacted before. Tomalin Josh, that's my Painesville boy. I hope he joins. Yeah, but yes, first time on Closing Argument, but I'm familiar with Closing Argument with a few people on the show.
Well, our usual, your first time we come here with clear heart.
Yeah, thank you.
So this is welcoming you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show for your first time.
Have some water.
You were in Basa. I would say, I won't tell you why we're in here. I get when they say palm wine, but no palm wine there. This is clear heart.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome our peace ambassador, Honorable Pewee. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. Let me say welcome. Also, it's a good time to interact with our very illustrious recent past national orator, one person that I do really commend a lot of respect for, and a lot of admiration for his not only his intellectual capacity, but for the goodwill that he continued to exemplify towards our country and the international community. So I'm very delighted to be on this show this evening, to interact again with the individual that is trying to spearhead this global conference, the All Liberian Global Conference. Thank you, Dr. Don, and thank you, Alfonso, for coming. It's going to be a very wonderful interaction tonight.
Thank you.
Alfonso, let me go to you. What is your vision? What's your expectation? What is it you expect to get out of this beautiful event? Because it's a success already.
Thank you. Before I go to that, let me make a few points relative to your first question, which is that people have been reaching out and say, "Oh, it's closed. I can't register. I want to participate." I want to say here that there's still chance to participate. What's closed is the in-person attendance registration, but there's an opportunity for people to participate virtually. So you can go on the website and sign up to participate virtually. You'll still be able to hear people speak. You'll be able to post questions in the chat like your viewers are doing now, and participate actively in the deliberations of the conference. So there is still time. This is a very, very historic conference, the first of its time, as far as I know, for the Liberian government and Liberians in the global diaspora to come together and hang heads and sit under the palaver hut and discuss the challenges that our country is facing and how we all can participate in that process. What do I expect? A very successful conference. Liberians coming together, putting our differences aside for a second, and collectively discussing the common good of our country and coming up with suggestions and ideas on how to improve our country. We talk about, Ghana is developed, Uganda is developed. Who's going to develop Liberia? That's our responsibility, and that's where I think this conference is very, very important, and that's what I expect from this weekend.
Great. Dr. Don, I have to ask you this question because you are a man of the cloth. We say here, success is okay. Most of us in the world now, we just don't know how to manage success. So how are you going to manage this overpouring of support and success, and how you going to massage it into something tangible that we all can come and glorify?
Well, that's an excellent question, and I think just step back a little. I think one of the concerns, and rightly so, let me just say upfront, rightly so, one of the concerns that have come our way are from people who have done something, maybe not on this scale, maybe not on the global scale, but on a national scale. And the question is, so what? At the end of the day, so what? We've come, we entered into some robust conversations and come up with ideas that we believe can help transform our nation, and then nothing happens. This is a relevant question, and is one that we should take seriously. As a matter of fact, when we were putting together the planning manual, the blueprint for rolling out this event, that was first and foremost on the minds of the persons that we engage. We needed to ensure that persons coming would be at ease, knowing that this would just not be another pause in the calendar in September, but it's a beginning of a movement marching, sometimes in step with government, sometimes ahead of government, sometimes in tangent with government, in moving the country forward. So, one of the things that we've done, we have intentionally put in place is a committee that a team of people uh, to offer evaluations all through the event. Every day, participants will be given an opportunity to kind of survey and give their feedback on their experience for the day. And every breakout session will have people in there to take notes and to record what's going on, because at the end of all of this we are going to collate all of those actionable suggestions and put it into a formal report with next steps. All right. And through the office of our diaspora office that is housed in the Ministry of State, we're going to present that report that will be taken to the president with recommendations. Now, where do I come in? Where do I fit? I do not work on staff for for government. While I do carry a government portfolio, but that's a different area. But how do I come in? I want to more or less reassure our participants that I want to commit on your show tonight, and as I would do throughout the deliberations over the weekend, I want to commit that I will not stop until some of the recommendations are implemented. Now, obviously, we cannot implement everything, but I want to assure you, I want to commit. I want to put my name out there to say that this will not be just another event. Give us a chance. Don't judge the future based on the past. Let the past help us to correct the future. And that's the journey that I have committed myself to. So your question is tangible, your question is relevant, your question is in step with our line of thinking, that this would not be a one-off, that we will ensure to the best of our ability that we engage the powers that be, to encourage them, to appeal to them, to offer our services, to ensure that some of the concerns of our people are listened to, are learned from, but are implemented.
Excellent. I am actually buoyant because this afternoon I got a call from the editor-in-chief of the Liberia Investigator, Mr. Leonard Dudu. He's in flight, coming to cover the story, cover the event in detail. So I know Radley's here. All these folks are coming. It's going to be really, really nice. Let me welcome our Chief Tomalin George. He just entered the studio. We'd like to welcome him while he's getting ready. Mr. Pewee, we have our guest here. We got Alfonso. You can see he's relaxed. He's ready for Friday. All the hard work has been done now. They're getting ready to rock and roll. Any question for the chief himself or Alfonso? You are muted.
I don't know when I joined the show. Thank you. When I joined the show, if that part of the topic have already been discussed, but I would just push to answer. There's no, as one professor would say, there's no stupid question also. But I wanted to know, Alfonso, first to you, Alfonso. I just wanted to know if the president would be part of the president of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency, will be part of all of the section, or do we have a particular section the president going to be attending? And if a particular section, which one and when will he be actually? And would that interaction be? Because I learned about the town hall. Would the town hall be a regular and normal kind of a town hall interaction with the leader, or would this be a selected group of people, or will you randomly select caution from those that are attending the town hall, or is this going to be a kind of a macro managed kind of a town hall with the president? There are a lot of folks that are asking main discussion is they say we're very important that I ask you, Afonso, first. Then I will talk to the later on another side of it. But I just wanted you to address this. With the president attend all the section, or if it's only one section, how's that section going to be? Is there going to be an interactive section across where Liberians that will be attending the conference will engage their leader and he respond to them, or will you be having a prepared question to them and then wanting to select people that are already planted within the audience?
Clearly, it's not the intention of this committee, and definitely, I can vouch for Ambassador Dunn. He does not intend to plant people in the room and create a situations as if people were asking questions when he thought he wrote those questions. So definitely not. That's not the idea. This conference was requested by the President of the Republic of Liberia. When he gave his State of the Nation address, he promised that his administration will engage with Liberians everywhere in the world, in the diaspora, the United States, everywhere in the diaspora, and in Liberia. And he made sure that his Diaspora Affairs Office worked along with Ambassador Dunn and others to plan this program. So, as far as I know, the president intends to engage fully with his citizens, and that's in fact one of the reasons why a town hall was added to this conference. So, there will be deliberations for the first 2 days, Friday and Saturday, the 26th and okay, sorry, I thought I went off 26th and 27th, where there will be dialogue with people discussing, as Ambassador Don said earlier, there'll be breakout groups, there will be presentations, and Liberians will dig deep into the challenges facing us. And then the president will also present himself to the Liberian people to dialogue and negotiate with his people. Uh, will we plan questions? No. As to the format, as far as I know, it's still being worked out, but I'll leave the details of that to Ambassador Dunn. I want to go back to the question before you ask, and then we can go to Ambassador Dunn to answer the particular format of the question. Will this be a talk shop, another meeting as usual? We are hopeful that it will not be. And as Ambassador Dunn said, we are committed to working and pushing the government to make sure that the recommendations generated from this conference are followed. But we are also heartened by the fact that the government has even started doing some things. This president exhumed the body as part of the reconciliation process, exhumed the body of the late president Samuel Doe and took it to his hometown and gave him a befitting burial. This president and his administration worked with the family of slain President William R. Tubber and 13 government officials to have a memorial for them. And they're in the process of exhuming and reburying them. This president on July 5th decided to address the nation and apologize to the people of Liberia, to everybody who was hurt about the atrocities that took place in the country, the role of government and leaders in that process. So he's committed to that process. At least he's demonstrated his commitment to the process. So we believe, we hope that he will carry on these recommendations. But more than that, as Ambassador Don said, it rests on our shoulders as citizens to push our leaders and to make sure that they do the things that we ask them to do. So that's what we commit ourselves to doing.
Okay, before the ambassador can come in, Ambassador Don can come. That's how the question I was trying to push here, and I like how you put this, because the reason I asked this question, I hope I didn't want this to be another occasion, another gathering of Liberians, wherein it would be, because if issues are macromanaged by those within the bubble of the presidency, or to try to circumvent what you guys, the intent of you to organize this conference, but to be usurped by the executives of those around the executive, it wouldn't meet the real target, and the achievement is what we all are seeking to. For number one, to see Liberians express themselves intent. Now, I will hit this to Ambassador quickly, as you started issue about cataloging just now. A lot of things about what this president has done instead of exhuming the bodies of our late foreign or slim leaders and other things. But again, let me put this to you, Reverend Don. This same precedent also, in terms of I'm hitting back to the level of reconciliation that we all got the quest to push the country forward. This same president also stopped the immediate former president from using as a former senior government official of our country, from using the executive laws that he built and furnished. Is that also in the spirit of reconciliation? Dr. Don, you are reverend also. Will you be pushing as part of the reconciliatory process that if we can do it for the dead, what can we do for those that are still alive? Your immediate former president was stopped. Today he arrived in the country, and again, there's this issue about, is the country actually heading for reconciliation? Is this conference this week going to meet the targeted agenda? Reverend, will you speak to that in terms of reconciliation? Have you spoken to the president on the level of reconciliation that he intends to foster?
Yes, we've talked about it, and I will stay away from speaking on anything that I am not aware of. I have read the story, but I do not know what transpires. So, in all fairness, I can only speak to things that I'm aware of. So I will leave that alone, honestly. But in terms of bringing the nation together, I do believe that this president has the desire to do that, and he has demonstrated that. But more importantly, I think a gathering such as this on this weekend will give us an opportunity to engage. And so issues like the one you're raising can also be raised, and see where that goes. And I think there's going to be no restriction on the subject matter as it relates to reconciliation. As a matter of fact, we are so intent on hearing people speak to different issues that the very format of the conference lent itself to robust dialogue. So not only will we have someone speaking on the topic, but after that topic has been presented through a presentation, we will then go into a panel discussion where you're going to have people from different walks of life coming on the stage and sharing, their opinion and their ideas on the subject matter. Following that, we're going to break the conference into what we call breakout sessions, where on the issue of reconciliation, we'll have 2 breakouts where people can go again, and that will be facilitated by persons who are practitioners of this subject matter to engage people further. So the conference is not an academic one where we just listen to papers all during the day. No, we're going to create the space for people to be engaged.
Let me bring Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody.
Yes, Dr. Dunn, it's so good to see you, and Alfonso, it's so good to have you guys, and for all that you guys do. Thank you. Something I've been, some folks, especially the Liberian Association of the European Union of the Liberian Association, they have reached out to me and said that they were not giving an opportunity. They wanted to be here for this conference, and they were not given an opportunity. I work closely with them. Actually, I'm on the board in Europe and they reached out to me, the former president and the current president, Francis Mensah, and the former president. They all reached out to me, and they said that they were not giving much invitation or invited some arrangement. What have you got? What are you guys doing? I mean, because they feel that because they are in Europe, where they have a larger population, they are overlooked, and they said that you guys only focusing on the Americans, and you forget about that side, and they have thousands of members. So, what can you say to that? If they're listening, what can you say to them?
Again, thank you for engaging them. And again, I can only speak about my involvement and speak on behalf of my committee as we plan this event. Again, I cannot defend what happened in the past. I cannot speak to that because I've never been part of any. I come to represent an initiative that I'm hoping will propel us into the future, that will galvanize us and correct what I call the sins of the past. Now, in terms of Europe, if Mr. Mensah will be honest, and I think he is an honest man, he would say to you that I communicated with him while I was in Australia. He has a communication between himself and me. All right. And as you know, Dr. Peabody, I will come with my facts. All right. As a matter of fact, Mr. Mensah had been in conversation with Mr. Emmanuel Wetty, who we appointed as the persons who will be in charge of diaspora affairs, meaning he will be the contact person because of his long-standing relationship with diaspora communities around the world. As you know, he was one of the architects behind the dual citizenship movement. One of those. There were many others, but he was one of those architects. And so in order to accomplish that, he had to be in touch with all of our brothers and sisters around the world. So no, we have been in touch with the European community on this issue. I can only speak, Dr. Peabody, on the preparation for this conference. Now, not only that, on July 20th and August 23rd, I believe, we had 2 global listening sessions to which they were invited and they participated. All right. And as far as I know, as of today, Mr. Mensah will be at the conference. We are looking at ways to assess him to come to the conference. Now, it's one thing to say that you were not told or you are not involved, and it's another thing to say assistance are not being offered. I think, we need to put the cards on the table and speak to it transparently, honestly, and clearly. There's no doubt that our European friends are doing the best they can to represent us in Europe. And one of the things that I'm sure would happen, that if His Excellency so desire to continue with this event, I can almost see it going to Europe next time. I know it's not going to come back to the U.S. anytime soon. So no, again, Doc, as long as I am giving leadership to anything that has to do with the diaspora, everyone will be considered, everyone will be respected, everyone will be invited. And so I do understand the concern. But if you spoke with Mr. Mensah after this show, he would tell you that as of today, we are making plans to ensure that he's present here in Washington.
Excellent. Excellent. Let me welcome Chief Tomalin George.
It's good to be on the show with Ambassador Dunn and my own brother Alfonso, from the JPC, Justice and Peace Commission of Liberia. But it's good to have these two
and Pinsville Joe Bob brother.
Now you're bringing you out here now. Somebody, you want to show you out.
I know. But it's good to be on this platform with these two distinguished gentlemen. My question quickly is that people have been asking, right? So at the end of the day, you guys have put a lot into this conference. The expectations is so high, and the results from this conference, everybody anticipate have a major impact. So at the end of the day, would there be a resolution, June, like to say where we derive at, where we resolved? Would that be done?
The answer to that is yes, sir. Yes, it will be done.
Okay.
And if I may add to that, so there are four key thematic areas that will be discussed at this conference. And there will be resolutions drawn from all of those four areas. So the four areas are reconciliation, education, healthcare, and investment and trade. And there are panels, as that Don said earlier, that will present on those issues, but that will be just a small part of the conference. And then after those presentations, there will be breakout sessions where all of the participants, all the people who registered and attend on those days will participate in the deliberations and come up with recommendations that will be presented. So yes, there will be recommendations presented.
So quickly, so it starts on Friday and ends on Sunday.
Officially ends on Sunday with the town hall. Yes.
Okay, so on Friday morning it starts, and then give us a quick run up of what will happen on this quickly.
Good, excellent question. Before I do that, Brother George, let me. I'm the church guy, so I call people brother and sisters. If you
no problem,
Brother George.
No
one of the I wouldn't call it criticism, but one of the observation from most of our brothers and sisters is that why did you limit this to 500 people, 400 people? We had to add an additional 100, because of the overwhelming registration interest, and so we are at 600 in person and well over 600 virtual. The reason we had to do that was precisely based on the nature of the conference. When we decided to go into the breakout sessions, we were not able to accommodate based on logistics. We're not able to accommodate the people. Plus, as we all know, the conference, there's no registration fee, and us, when we get together, we need to break bread. All right, so we had to negotiate with our international partners for them to help sponsor some aspect of this, and so we were trying to tailor our expectations in terms of when we bring our family together. Let's treat them well. Let's offer them the resources that will lend itself to a wholesome weekend. So that's why we limited the numbers, because we didn't want it just to be another session where you bring 1,000 people and it's all just talk, and there's no real dialogue and interaction. So maybe next time we might do something differently, but this is a style that we decided to use, and hopefully, it will work. If not, we're going to pivot to something else. We're not going to stop until we get to that sweet spot. Now, to answer your question, on the Friday, a typical Friday and Saturday will look like this. We are encouraging everyone to arrive early. If you register, you will see that we're doing everything we can to keep you informed. We've sent out at least 2 communication, let you know. Those who register in the beginning, we send something else. Please reconfirm your seat, because there are many persons standing online waiting to get that space if you're not coming. So we're going through that second phase of reconfirmation. So for those who have reconfirmed, Friday morning, we encourage you to get there as early as you can. We intend to start right at 9. We're going to start with opening formalities, where we're going to have some cultural performances. We're going to have greetings from the ambassador to the United States. We're going to have greetings from the president of our local chapter, because we are in the DC area. We want to give them that respect to welcome us into their vicinity. And then we're going to move into we're going to give a conference overview. The diaspora office is going to bring greetings. Mr. Erasmus Williams, who head that office, is going to bring greetings. And then we're going to move into our first presentation from His Excellency, our President Joseph Boyka. He's going to open the conference. As you know, he is the convener. And so he's going to greet his people. He's going to speak to his people. It's not just going to be your hello. I've spoken with him. I have not seen his presentation, but he has assured me that it's a full-fledged address that he's bringing to his people. After that, we have invited Dr. Charles Maragandi from Rwanda to share with us lessons from their experience. For someone who had lived through atrocities and ethnic divide and national divide, we wanted to bring someone who we believe would be non-biased, as he shares with us what he believed Liberia could learn from Rwanda. All right. Now, after his presentation, we will then have a panel discussion where we're going to bring people from different sectors of the Liberian population, all right, to share with us their views on reconciliation. I think it was one of the panelists who asked the question of what the nature of the conversation is going to be around reconciliation. Now, after they present, the audience going to have an opportunity to engage them, to interact with them. Now, one of the persons that are going to be on that panel will be Dr. Mutugandi himself, because I'm sure people will want to engage him based on his presentation. Now, we're going to end that first session with lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to reconvene in the plenary, and then we're going to introduce the subject of education. We have invited our Minister of Education, the Honorable Jasu Jala, who will lay out for us what I've asked them to do. Is one, to share with us the challenges, to share with us some of the successes, to share with us what the roadmap going forward looks like to transform education, but also to share with us how we in the diaspora can help them, with that roadmap. It just don't inform us, but invite us, call us to action. All right. So we're going to do that. After that presentation, again, there's going to be a panel where we're going to engage the ministry. But on that panel will be both ministry representative as well as diaspora representative. A point to note, we have been intentional about ensuring that all of our facilitators, all of our moderators of panels, for the most part, will be people from the diaspora. I hope you heard that.
Yes,
it's
I got
intentional.
It. Very good.
So what we're trying to say to the listening public is that, listen, guys, this is a government conference, no doubt, but it's not a government manufactured conference. Government, through the Office of Diaspora Affairs, has entrusted the planning of this conference to us, and they have left us alone, to produce a conference that they believe will represent the views of government and the diaspora. And so we are intentional about ensuring that people on that stage, that people holding the microphone, will not be all government paid employees. And I hope you will appreciate this, when the conference starts and the process continues. Now, after that panel on education, we would then break out into the 4 breakout sessions, 2 on reconciliation, 2 on education. In each of those conversations will be reporters, all right, that will take notes, so that when those breakouts conclude at about maybe 5, we will all reconvene for a closing plenary, where we will then listen to reports, because you and I can only go to 1 each. All right, so we'll be missing out on 3 others. And so this would give us an opportunity to at least listen to some of the things that were discussed, but also to receive the actionable items. All right. Now, we talk about resolution. It's from all of these reports that we then go into turn this over to another team of persons that will craft out the resolutions that will then be presented. So the pattern on Friday will be the same as Saturday. Now, we know that all work and no play make Jack and Jill a dumb girl and boy, right?
Yeah.
So when it's all over, even though the conference is not putting any resources into it, but there are going to be 2 social events on the Friday evening. About 10 minutes from the DoubleTree where we're going to be at the Westin Hotel, there will be what we call an evening mixer, where we just go and meet and greet. All right. So yeah, Doc,
That's good. It sounds good.
You gotta go out. You gotta go there and You know, I know Alfonso will be working on the resolution, so he will not be, you know, with me. But I, as the chair, I have to go. I have to go and press the flesh, you know, and meet people and thank people. So I will be there as part of this a social event on the Friday evening, and it's and all that information you can find on our website.
Well,
And then
will be allowed to drink some water in that social reflection? Be allowed to drink water. Allow to drink some water.
Remember, well, Jesus brought wine. Now Jesus brought some wine.
I will be there if I pray for a glass of water. Who knows? It will turn into something else. But no, come and share a glass of wine with me. You know, I'm who I am. I don't have to pretend on this platform. Come and share a glass of wine with me.
We were definitely wearing. We will.
Yeah, and on the Saturday, our local host chapter, the Liberia Association of the District of Columbia and vicinity, will put on another social event on the Saturday evening for us to just go down. You know us when we have deliberated all day, when we have been in each other's faces. We want to wind down, and just say, look, man. My men don't worry, but I think it was just a robust debate. Let's share a glass of beer together. That's what we do. That's who we are. That's our people. We cannot depart from who we are culturally, Now on Sunday morning, if I'm gonna put a shameless plug in here, no activity is planned for Sunday morning, but the conference has been invited to share in worship with the historic Shiloh Baptist Church of Washington, D.C., where I have been invited to serve as the guest speaker on that Sunday morning. And His Excellency has said to me that he will come along and worship. So the person will be in worship with us, and I'm inviting all others who would like to join us in worship on Sunday morning at the historic Shiloh Baptist Church, downtown DC. Again, the information will be on the website within a day's time. And then that Sunday afternoon at 4 to 6, we will be having this town hall. And let me emphasize, this town hall, again, is not restricted to registered persons. It is open to all. As a matter of fact, we've moved it from the hotel to a facility that can accommodate about 1,200 people. So we want you to help us push, the town hall. It's going to be, again, it's going to be at the Redeemer's Church of Christ in Lanham, Maryland. So all that information, again, I don't want to give you wrong address, but it's on the website. I'm sure, knowing Alfonso, he's looking it up right now to put it in the chat group. And so we want you to come and dialogue over the question. For those who are staying at the hotel, the DoubleTree, and don't have your own transportation, we are going to provide transportation for you to move you from there to the church and back. And so, Brother George, that's the entire weekend.
Excellent.
Awesome. That's good. Thank you.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining the show, let me reintroduce our guest. I am Jerome Gayman, the boy from Bassa. I'm here hosting the chair of the Diaspora Conference. It's being chaired by Dr. Emmett Dunn. And facilitators will be Honorable Alfonso. Alfonso, could you pronounce your last name, please?
Nyena.
Yes. Alfonso Nyena is also a part of the delegation. And then on that committee is our own Dr. Peabody. So we're no small chicken here. We got our skin in the game.
The closing argument is represented by me. Just say that.
That's correct. That's correct. But we are pleased to have us talking about issue. Now, Doc, let me bring this on here. This beautiful event that I can see happening. How do we manage it so it doesn't turn into a political event to overshadow the success and the true meaning of this event?
Yeah, excellent question. And one of the ways we are trying to manage that is to put in all of the moderator position people from the diaspora. So, for an example, Brother Alfonso will be moderating the panel on reconciliation, but he will also be leading one of the breakouts. Dr. Aurelia Weeks Curtis from a reputable education expert will be moderating the one on education, and the one on health will be moderated by Peter Pay out of Georgia. So all of these major panels will be moderated by people from the diaspora. The one on investment will be moderated by someone from NIC. And the reason is because we're going to be engaging sector heads. And so we will be able to ask them the question, but someone from NIC, National Investment Commission, will be doing that moderating on that. In terms of the breakout, for an example, on health, we have invited the Liberian Medical Mission, a team that's been going to Liberia for 16 years. If you know the brother, Joseph Saka, we just call him Joe Saka. He has been very, very committed to carrying doctors into Liberia for 16 years to serve our people. They are going to manage that breakout. So again, that question is a very vital question, and we are doing everything we can for this not to be slanted, as a political gathering, because that's not the intent.
Great. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny is tuning in. Johnny is tuning in, I think, from Lofa. Hopefully he didn't lose his signal. But we want to welcome Truth FM and Care Radio, our audience from all over the Republic of Liberia and the diaspora. I can see people calling in here, tuning in from Ganta, from Yekepa, from Accra, from everywhere. So, Doc, the folks are enjoying the show, and definitely, let me do this here. This coming Wednesday, we will be hosting Dr. Salwa Soma. He will be discussing the migration, the ethnic and migration into Liberia. So it's going to be an intellectual, historical, well-researched documentation we're going to be looking at. He says a very complex history, but where did the Bassa people come from? Where we all came from and migrated there. History go about 2,000 years. So Wednesday is going to be a very interesting topic, as it is today. One of the things I first wanted to talk about is...
I just want to squeeze this in quickly. So, Dr. Dunn and Mr. Yena, now we are investing your time, your resources into this conference. Now, what's the guarantee that after all of these efforts have been made and people took time off the job and focus on it because people coming from Liberia and all. Now, after all of this, how sure that it will be followed? What are you going to do? What mechanism you put in place to ensure that our national leaders, our policy leaders, follow through on these recommendations from this conference?
Yes, I think we kind of touched this earlier, but excellent question again, because
you came a class late, but that's
that's okay. That's okay. There's a better late than never. I want to be on Brother George good side, so let me respond to again. Maybe not in depth as I did the first time, but I have to be fair. One of the things that we're doing, we are going to put into place, already working behind the scenes. We have a subcommittee that's putting together all of our evaluation mechanism, okay? Because we want to have a clear process in which we can rate this conference based on the objectives going in. It's unfair to grade me on something I didn't say, I was going to do, So the things that we promised to do, we want you to grade us on that. But more importantly, coming out of these discussion groups, the resolution that we're going to pass, we're going to formalize it and present it to the Office of Diaspora Affairs, all right? With a recommendation to the president through them, all right, to appoint, establish a commission, a committee, however His Excellency want to name that group of people, to ensure that these resolutions, the actionable items, are followed through. My commitment in all of this is to use whatever leverage I have, whatever access I have, to petition remind, encourage, coerce, the powers that be to make good on the promise that they made to us. That's what we can do. And also, I will hope that we'll come back on this show, every now and then to gauge where we are in the process of deliverables. I think it's only fair. And we can use your medium to speak to government, because like I said earlier, what you do here. Yeah. Some days we get, flustered by, the debates and the various opinions, but that's what make democracy healthy. As long as we continue to respect the humanity in each of us. That's all I ask people to do. Let's respect each other's humanity, because at the end of the day, we're all one, we're brothers and sisters. So yes, Brother George, we're going to ensure that we put ourselves out there to make sure that these things are followed through.
Thank you.
Excellent. Johnny is what he was just on, lost his signal, but he's watching up from Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. Johnny, welcome back. If you have time, try to sign back in and ask some questions. Let me welcome Mr. Victor Nagbe. Mr. Victor Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Hey, Jerome, it's good to be back. It's good to be with you as well. Let me welcome Dr. Dunn back. It's good to have you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and Alfonso, it's good to see you, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I'm in good hands, good company. I got at least 3-4 brothers here.
I can tell. Yeah, it's good to see you.
Mr. Nagbe, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I've followed most of what has been discussed. I really don't have a question. I just to Dr. Dunn, even Alfonso, my friends, I wish you all the best. I know you put a lot of work into this. There can never going to be a perfect, alignment of, the stars or whatever. So I think I'm bullish on this. I think that something is going to happen. I had hoped that you had come to Indiana over the weekend, where there was more of a one-stop outreach. Where we had a gathering of the union and several chapters. But notwithstanding, I respect what you're doing behind the scenes, and so I don't have any question. But I'm here to wish you nothing but the best, and I'm looking forward to you coming back on the other side of this arrangement. Let's talk about what we think happened, and as we look to the future.
Yeah. Thank you, and I hope you can engage me on other national issues. I know I'm clergy, but I think I have an opinion on some things that are happening in the country. We can have a prayer meeting before and after.
That's right.
I think as a citizen, you keep boasting about Bassa. I mean, my folks come from Footsville, on the way to Buchanan. Right. So
right there.
I got roots in Upper Buchanan as well, and Hartsville. So we're all from there. But no, I was invited to come to the EULA event. Plan on doing that, but I did write a letter of apology, because honestly, I should actually be in Ethiopia right now.
Okay.
I should actually be now outside of what I do. Like sharing this, I work for Ladkeri International. All of you familiar with Ladkeri School in Liberia. So my organization manage schools, hospitals, orphanages, universities in 27 countries. And I serve as the CEO for Ladkeri International. And I work in Ethiopia. I was as a matter of fact, right now, my president, my board chair, they're all there. I'm the only one absent. And I absent myself because of the rigorous planning that is going on. I could not afford to be away, and so I stayed. But yes, I was invited to be there, but I turned down the invitation only because I had to be in Ethiopia. And after I didn't go, things were just moving too fast going between here. And now I had to be on ground for this. My commitment is to be engaged with our Librarian Association, EULA being our umbrella association in the Americas. I have respect for your leadership, and I think that all of us can come together and strengthen EULA. I do think, in my own humble opinion, that EULA needs to begin to reimagine a new EULA. the issues that brought us together in yesteryears are no longer there, but there are some new issues. But I think we need to reimagine what EULA could look like for the future. Like everything else, the churches, even schools, we're all reimagining, how we can be relevant in days to come. So I think I would like to engage, you more on that to see how we can help, because we can't fight amongst ourselves. It's not worth it.
No,
It's not
no,
worth it.
we
It's not
can't
worth it.
continue fighting. And I want to modify my previous statement because on the till end almost of the gathering, the deputy minister Erasmus Williams, he did put in an appearance on Saturday. The protocol was not, sharp, but that's something we'll talk about, in the back room. But I think my earlier observation was a little bit kind of incomplete because I think some representation did happen. So again, like I said, we're not always going to get it right, but I think I appreciate the fact that efforts are being made, and like you said, we continue to push, and hopefully we can even reimagine the government of the Republic of Liberia. The way the government of Liberia is. So maybe this is a good beginning. Let's give it the best shot. Let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Guys, Dr. got to leave in 8 minutes. No, not even 8 minutes. In 7 minutes. So we have to ask our last question, and then he gave his closing. Got to leave in 7 minutes. 6:15.
Okay. Can we open the line for at least 2 or 3 calls?
8 minutes. I don't think we'll meet that achievement. 8 minutes. You can. Yeah, they can take 2 calls from there. Okay.
And after Ambassador Dunn leaves, I'll be here, so I can answer.
There you go. Thank you. But let's take some calls. I'll leave 1 or 2 calls. Let's hear, because I don't want to sound like we are preaching to the choir here. Let's get at least 1 call for the ambassador before he leaves, and then for you, Alfonso, the question going to be, since you're going to be the gatekeeper, what strategy do you have to make sure that this thing does not become a political charade? Because Donald Rumsfeld, the former defense minister, he says, Secretary of Defense, he said you can prepare all you want until that first shot is fired and all hell breaks loose. So let's see, you can prepare all you want. When you hit the battlefield and the shot and that shot goes at you, somebody shoot at you first, the first thing is either your trinity kicks in or you duck. So while you think about that, let's go to the line. Go ahead, Myean.
Yes, so if you've been following the conversation, you can put your calls in 0777 649986 0777 649986. Mr. Gayman, you also announced the numbers for the diaspora line.
Great. Honorable George, your number, please.
856-676-5136.
Great. 772-940-2871. While we wait for some call, let me welcome Johnny. Johnny is in Buchanan. He finally made it in. Johnny, welcome. Johnny, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Sorry, I'm in Buchanan, and I couldn't stay in my hotel because it's a little bit crowded and noisy, so I have a little bit outdoor. But sorry for the noise you get in the background. I hope I can make my point clear. Mr. Dunn, thank you for coming to the show. I follow you in the intermittent.
Dr. Dunn or Reverend Dunn.
Dr. Reverend Dunn.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine.
Reverend, thank you for coming to the show. I really thought it'd be your area, but I don't know if we have already spoke about this, but I want to find out how are you engaged with the Liberian customary and traditional leaders or the sector with reference to reconciliation. I'm asking this question because I have a lot of background. I work a lot with Liberian traditional leaders and chiefs in peace building and reconciliation for the last 15 years. So it is from that background I'm asking, how is your program, your event involved with these people on the ground?
Excellent question. Thank you, my brother. Excellent question. The first thing is the reconciliation subject matters was not developed in a vacuum. We work with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, all right, and so they help us to create the subject matters for the breakout sessions. The Liberia peace ambassador have been invited to come and share with us. But not only that, the Deputy Minister for Internal Affairs that has been working along with the government in crafting their reconciliation and peace policy will be participating in this conference from Liberia. So we're bringing in virtually. But one of the things that we anticipate coming out of this is that we're going to have conversation in all of the counties. This is not going to be just a diaspora thing or a Monrovia thing, because we believe that reconciliation involves all of us, whether we're in the diaspora or in Liberia, wherever we are. So the intent is to replicate some of these conversations in all of our counties. Another thing we intend to promote is that some of these things must be translated into some of our national languages so that our people will have it. Not only that, we want to encourage the Ministry of Education to include in our curriculum the whole idea of reconciliation and how to be good citizens. So, my brother, let's run the entire gamut. Excellent question. We're not leaving anybody out in this conversation of reconciliation. But again, I'd like to get your contact so that we can have you as part of this planning process going into the future.
No problem. I can get your contact through Mr. Gayman, and we can talk more about this after the show. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Anthony J. I'm calling from Delaware.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, good evening, Dr. Don, and thanks for the independent message you gave us. Very brilliant. The question that I have for you, how would this with this discussion you guys going to be having include absentee voting for diaspora and Liberian? Because if it comes to the economy, we are the backbone of the economy through remittances to Nigeria. Will we be able to have decision making power from the diaspora in casting our ballot? Is that something you guys have in your program or considering?
Well, no. We in this particular, we're not talking about voters' rights. That is something that we're going to pick up subsequently, because we believe that it is important. Speaking about monies that we collectively pour into our country, you will hear in that conversation a report as to how much all of us collectively contributed to the economy of Liberia just last year, 2024. And I'm sure you'll not be surprised, but by the time you add what went through the monetary systems and kind of make a guesstimate of what went by way of courier services, meaning we just send money with someone or we took money in ourselves, you will be surprised that we are almost close to $1 billion. Almost close to $1 billion. So that is nothing to what we say shake a stick at. It's significant. It's very significant. But more importantly, how do we connect our economic power with our civic responsibilities in terms of casting ballots? We know that it will not be done overnight. It's something that needs to be done. It has to be done in ways that will safeguard whatever processes we put in place. So, my brother, excellent question. It is on the list of conversation, but I'll be very honest with you. It will not come up. It may come up in the Sunday town hall. It may, but it will not come up on Friday or Saturday.
Thank you, Dad. I know you got to go. Your parting comment, then we start wrestling with Mr. Afanso. Right now, he's going to be all by himself. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Well, but thank you again for having us here, because it's because of platforms such as this that people will hear us, just not me in this conference, but all of the other guests that you bring on here. And so I want to encourage you to be diligent in the things that you do, exercise, due diligence in the conversations that you share, because you never know. You have become the voice of authority for some people in our community. and you don't want to be viewed as giving distorted or biased. So see yourselves as, journalists that engage people and pull from people the truth and the facts, so that all of us would glean from your show. But I think you guys, if you continue this way, you could actually become one of the premier, I don't like to call it talk show, but informational platforms that we have, serving our people in the diaspora and in the homeland. Now, let me just say this. For those persons who are planning on coming, please exercise patience, come on time, because on Friday, once the president begins to speak, unfortunately, will not allow anyone to enter the hall. You will enter after he sits down. But I think it's just a way to begin to show respect to our senior leader. So try to get there on time. As far as it depends on us and the people that move the president, we intend to start at 9 o'clock. Now, finally, if you register to participate virtually, please respect the process. Please don't show up and expect to get, please, I beg you, like bro say, I hold your foot. Respect the process that we put in place. Our systems are working. So if you register virtually, please do not come in person. I beg you. You will create problems for us. Please.
But Dr. John, before you leave, those who register in person, how do you identify them when they come there, even though they're going to come with ID cards?
Because everyone will receive a QR code.
Okay.
And our system will be able to determine whether you're in person or you're virtual. Trust me, Dr. Peabody, we in an age of technology, the system will work.
Right.
The system will work. But again, Doc, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And hey, kudos to you, from my heart to yours. And in the living rooms of those persons who join us, whether you're on Pempen, Keke, in your living rooms, kitchen, under the Palawa hut, thanks for listening. God bless and good night.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you. We appreciate you. Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, what he just said, it is not his rule. That is normal protocol. When the president enters the room, the door closes, period, for security reasons, for everything else that comes with that. Once he enters, people stand, the president is welcome, the door closes. And that's how it works. So you cannot come to the event and start banging on the door and say, I'm supposed to be here. That's not what they are saying. They are saying there are timelines. You have to come in before. Program starts at 9, be there by 7:30. Find your seat, use the restroom if you have to, sit down and be quiet. When the president enters, we all going to stand. When he sits down, we say the door closes for security reasons, and that's just the protocol. That's how it works. So you can't come in and say, I came in, and they lock the door. That's not how it's going to work. And please, like Dr. Dunn said, if you register to be the virtual person, to come like we are doing now, you cannot show up there. If they have room for 500 people and the 500 people show up, you cannot come because you did it virtual. So the virtual means you'll be in your house, in your office, in your room, wherever you are, but not in person, physically. Thank you very much. Let me go to Honorable Pewee. We have Alfonso here to answer all the other questions and concerns. He's all ears.
Oh yes, I think most of the heavy aspect of what we actually intended to hit, most of those questions already been answered. And we'll Alfonso stay here. There's other things we can stay talked about. And you're right about what he just concluded on the protocol aspect of things. But my own concern, I listened to Dr. Don trying to put in perspective those moderating areas also, and the fact that you asked the question and he was responding to that portion of the question about how would they manage this to not be criticized. and he was saying they got different areas of sector professional people who are going to be managing and moderating and all those things. But I didn't hear him. I didn't hear the Reverend talked about the government side of things also. For it to not be political, it ought to be balanced. I listened to him name some high-profile professional, independent professional folks and others, but the government, I'm not hearing none of those areas being moderated or spearheaded by the government. We ought to balance this. This is all Liberian conference and other things. The government will also have to play the role where civil society and other peaceful and individual citizens will contribute. Do we have any of those moderating sections that the government is going to directly preside over or bring some level of government representation in where in the interactive survey, interaction will be unfolding from that. But I wanted you to speak to that, please. I didn't capture that from him, measuring government on role they're going to play in the 2 or 3 days activities.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. This conference is envisioned as a collaboration between government and the diaspora. So as I said from the beginning, government envisioned this conference. They wanted to dialogue with Liberians in the diaspora. Of course, as citizens and as the young man, Brother Gate from Delaware said, we also contribute significantly to the country. So the government wanted to hear from us. But as Brother Don, Ambassador Don said, they didn't just say, hey, we'll send group of government officials to organize the conference and you come and we want to hear from you and we'll present papers and go. They said we'll select somebody in the diaspora who will chair this. We will send some people to be on the committee and we want you to collectively plan this program because we want it as a collaboration. So to go to your question directly, as Ambassador Don said, there's government representation on every panel in the 4 key areas that will be discussed. Where they will play a very heavy role, however, in terms of moderating and controlling the session is the discussion on investment. What is it that will motivate Liberians in the diaspora, that will empower Liberians in the diaspora to take over the Liberian economy? We cry all the times. Oh, Lebanese people are controlling our economy. People coming from different places and taking over the economy. The government has said to us, we want to ask you guys, you send almost $1 billion to the country every year. You could own the economy of the country if you came together and invested and created jobs and did those things that the other people are coming to do. So that discussion on investment, to answer your question, I hope I have an opportunity to talk a little more about investment, but to answer your question, the government representatives will moderate that discussion and generate these suggestions from us in the diaspora in terms of what it is that the government can do to empower and to motivate us and to create the necessary environment for Liberians to invest in the economy and to own the economy. So government will control that part of it. But even the education aspect, the education minister will be speaking. There will be key people there. It's also a partnership. We have people from the diaspora and we have government officials. The same is true for all 4 aspects of the conference. So government is going to be playing a role. Now, a moderator is simply somebody who's coordinating a panel discussion. So there will be panel presentations, 5 minutes each, 10 minutes each, go from one person to the next, take questions from the public. So I think that the key aspect of the conference really will be the breakout sessions where conversations will be held and government representatives are playing key roles in that part as well as diaspora representatives.
Yes, quickly before I'll end here, I heard Ambassador Don that he's trying to lobby with other international organizations to fund some part of this conference. And the last time he appeared on this show, I even asked him about, because I listened to you just now, you said that this conference was envisioned by this current government. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to know from your counsel, in terms of the dollar and cent, what is the government own contribution? Because I heard the landed ambassador and Reverend saying that he's lobbying with other international organizations to fund certain portion of this conference. What is the government own support in terms of financially? Because the government envisioned this. This is a government of the Republic of Liberia, our government. What is the Liberian people, the taxpayer, how much are they contributing to this in terms of data and cent? And is their contribution, the government, forthcoming? Or is just a commitment they made? Are you guys having problem with the government giving the support?
I can tell you here that I have absolutely no idea in terms of how much the government has put into the conference or is going to put into the conference. I have deliberately not developed any interest in that. That's not my area.
Why will you not develop interest, Afonso, into
because
I come here, Afonso, you know, we were having a good time. I come here, Afonso, you're gonna come up. We just want to, we're having some very good time. And then listen, we praise the organization pattern of this conference. It's very okay. It being a solid organization issue. The structure is in place, and we hope to see a very good thematic discussion. But back to the issue, I listened to the Reverend before he left. The ambassador said he's lobbying with other international organizations for funding, and he just said to us that this conference was a vision by this president immediately after the last oration from Ambassador Dunn. Now, if you envision something and suggest that we organize this, I would think the government is funding this for this. So, and you play a major role in terms of the organization of this conference. So you don't know in terms of data and sense how many government is contributing. Either it's 2 million, 3 million, 500,000, or $10, even to put it that way.
So as I was saying before you came in, I have deliberately decided I don't have any interest in knowing because it's not my area of expertise. If you put 2 million in front of me today, I might not even know how to count it.
No, you don't have to count.
Yeah,
I'm coming.
I'm coming, brother. I'm
Yes.
coming. There are experts and professionals whose area it is, and they are handling it. Is the government contributing fully? How much did they contribute? That I don't know. Now, let me go to your point about the government envisioned this, so they should fund it fully. Not necessarily. All over the world, we always have private-public partnerships. We have groups that are interested. We have individuals that contribute to public causes all of the times. So the government might envision a program and go out to private people and say, "Can you help us fund this?" Or can we partner together?
Is that the case in this?
Happens all of the time.
Is that the case?
So I want to push back a little on that point. As since as government envision it, they must fund it 100%. Government where does government get the money? You mentioned it, which is very good. You said from taxpayers. Maybe the government shouldn't be squeezing taxpayers to fund a conference. Maybe it should be putting the money into something else.
Is the government from your knowledge, is the government in partnership with any organization, international organization?
So as Ambassador Dunn said, the UNDP is listed as a sponsor on the website. The International Organization of Migration is listed as a sponsor on the website. And I believe there's another organization that's listed as a sponsor. Also, if you go to the website, there's a link that says that you, me, any one of us can volunteer to provide some level of sponsorship. Maybe somebody bring 5 cases of water, or cook some rice, or send $500.
No, I got you. But is the government listed as sponsor on the website?
Sorry, what?
Is the government of the Bureau listed as sponsor on the website also?
Well, it's a government program that is listed. So it's government program that's listed.
Thank you.
But let me just come into
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, to what people, honestly, right? Our society is when it comes to the issue of money and finances and so forth, that's where our problem comes from. So with what we're trying to do with this diaspora conference is very good. Everybody, I see the excitement. Today at the U.S. Embassy, people are getting their visa to come. They're getting people visa to come. Some people are being denied. Some people are being denied. Some people are getting.
I know you're going to bring the other one out today.
Some people are happy.
I got some top government officials standing online at the embassy.
In line today. Some people got 10 days visa. Can you imagine? They gave somebody got 10 days visa, 1 month visa, and so forth. Just for the conference. So the thing is that what people are saying, people brought a good point. I think because at the end of the day, right, if there's no data in the sense of put on this conference. You hear tomorrow somebody will say, "Yeah, guess what? They spend this amount of money. The government so you see that is important. Point was we should be taking it serious because somebody will say tomorrow, oh, you know what the money postponed on that conference? They spend $2 million. They spend $3 million. They spend this amount. So it's important that the organizers really attach dollar and cent to this, to what the government is giving and what the national partners will be giving to. So it's important. So I hope end of the day, while you're on the show, maybe you can get somebody, your finance section of the organization. I can say, well, you need dollar and cent because tomorrow it will start from there. The first thing that people will carry is say, that conference was just money making stuff.
But actually, the mentality of the Liberians will always be money. So
yeah, to avoid it, I think you guys should have,
and that's the reason why. Yeah, and that's the reason why I've told myself I will not speak to a subject that I don't know about. Yeah. And what I'm saying here has absolutely nothing to do with the finances, and I cannot come here and tell you what the finances are in terms of government's portion, how it's being spent, and all of that, because I just don't know about it. I have an area in terms of the conference, and I want to focus on that area. Of course, the finance people have a commitment to, and they will make a report accordingly. If Ambassador Don were here, he probably would have spoken to that because he's on that steering committee as well. I can't say anything I don't know about.
But
I think it's most Liberians. I think what it is to focus on the conference, but Liberians always want to. Oh, how much money in there? The next thing they try to start talking about, they get it and money, the next thing Liberians start talking about, stuff like that. But actually focusing on the actual tangibles that we get from this conference and things like that. So,
Alfonso, to be honest, I run an organization myself, and every event that we have, the first thing that comes is budget. What is the budget for the event? And everybody that works with me knows, because if it has a dime that comes from either the county, the city, the state, or the federal, it has to be, we call it in Florida here, the sunshine law. It's the first thing that you have to tell folks that, listen, we are doing this event. The event is approved for 500,000 or 200,000. Nobody that serves on the committee will say, I don't know because that's not my area. Now this one, it kind of beclouds the whole thing, and people now begin to conjecture. This is what we are saying. We were expecting someone to say, at least this is what we are working with. But for us to say, let's wait until the event is over, then we'll tell you, because any program before you start working, you got to have a budget. You talk about 3-day event, a minimum of 1,000 people, 600 in the hall. You're expanding it Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. So this is why we are saying, Liberia, when we talk about transparency, it's not hard. Johnny, you want to say something?
Yeah, it's good that you guys are asking about the financial part, and the brother in there is telling us that he's not in that direction. So, but my point is, reconciliation and peace building has been areas where I've been working deeply in Liberia, and I thought to ask the guests about what are the proper scanning of the landscape. There have been some international NGOs, for example, the Carter Center, that has been very deeply involved with Liberia's peace and reconciliation post-war Liberia since 2005. And there have been several organizations like the United States Institute for Peace, whom I also work for, have gotten involved with Liberia peace and reconciliation matters by doing some academic work in terms of doing research to understand Liberian custom as related to justice and reconciliation and peace. So I thought that this reconciliation meeting, if you didn't do that, I think you should do that also to get more literature and get more insight from those organizations that have been involved on the ground, with boots on the ground for the last 15 or more years in Liberia. Specifically the Carter Center. They've done a lot of work with traditional leaders, with community leaders, with youth, with women, working towards peace and reconciliation post-war Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Johnny. Absolutely. I just want to make a small distinction here. This conference, the idea and the goal of this conference is to engage Liberians in the diaspora to come up with ideas and solutions and define a role for Liberians in the diaspora in the reconciliation process. So it's not a reconciliation conference per se, but a dialogue among Liberians in the diaspora to say, this is what I think reconciliation should look like. This is what I think the government should do. This is what I think the government is not doing. And then we collect those ideas and bring them together. In terms of the resources that you talk about, you are 100% on point. That resource is available and we're trying to exploit it. Those of us who will be on the panel. Also, Government of Liberia, as you may know, through the ministry, has a reconciliation agenda. And it's my understanding that agenda is being implemented through the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is also working with those groups. In fact, the Ministry of Internal Affairs has a program with the UNDP to engage traditional leaders, cultural practices, and everything, all of those things. And that's why the deputy minister, who's been working on this program, I believe his name is Marba, who's been working on this program, is coming and will be addressing the conference and talking about what they've been doing with these international organizations, as well as with local and traditional leaders. So as Ambassador Don said earlier, Marba will be presenting on that piece.
Thank you. Mr. Nagbe.
I'm sorry, I was muted there. Listen, I mean, I indicated earlier, really. My team is a part of the planning process of this program. So we've been briefed time and again, even over the weekend on Sunday afternoon, we got another briefing from ULA's participation in the planning. So I really don't have any questions. However, I have to say this, and again, thanks to Alfonso. I've known Alfonso for a very long time. He's a very serious organizer. So the fact that he's involved with this, I think, says a lot. Even though, I have questions about his Unity Party engagement. We'll talk about that after the show.
I have none, but we can talk.
Okay, clarification accepted. But that it wouldn't even matter any if you did. But let me say this. There is a lot of expectations riding on this conference. I'll be honest with you. I worry as to this government's seriousness to engage. I know those of you who are working the conference, you bring in a lot of goodwill, and I think because of that, this seal is good. Again, because of this, there is a lot of expectation for the after. So a lot of us are watching to see, all of us, those of us who live here, there is really an overwhelming desire and expectation of returning home. A lot of Liberians, they want to go home, do something at home. Even if they're going to be here, they want to do something at home. And I think the government has a responsibility to facilitate the process. They have a responsibility. They have to create the enabling environment to make it easier for us to go home, for us to invest, for us to do whatever we want to do. That is the government responsibility. And I think some of those questions are coming on the table. Hopefully some will come up during the discussion. And I just worry that I hope the government will step up a little bit on how seriously to take this engagement. I think the president himself, he means well, but then there are times when his public persona and utterances, sometimes they mean the entire opposite of what he intends, So, let's hope. I'm really hopeful that this thing will yield something meaningful that we can all look to and begin to build on for what we've been looking for. That collaboration between our compatriots back home and those of us over here, so that we can turn this thing into a real viable engagement for Liberia where we can go home and begin to meaningfully engage and invest in the economy in the country, because we all know government alone cannot create all of the jobs in the country. So again, like I said, I don't have any question, but I'm happy that Alfonso, for instance, is a part of this process. That gives me a lot of renewed confidence. Dr. Dunn, again, every time we engage him, he's very optimistic. I like his presentation. I like his body language. I like his enthusiasm. So I got my fingers crossed. Is all I can say. And that's what I have for now, Jerome. Hoping for the best.
Thank you, brother Nagbe. Brother Jerome, brother Gayman, I should say.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Jerome is fine. Go ahead.
Okay. On investment, I was having a conversation today. I've been having conversations with people, and brother Nagbe knows me very well. And my position is that let's push things to the logical conclusion. Let's make something happen, or else let's not start. And that's my involvement here. And on the issue of investment, I've been having conversations with people in government and outside who work in investment. And Brother Nagbe is right. Government has to do something. It has to create an environment. But beyond the environment, it needs to empower Liberians in the diaspora, but also at home, to actually engage in these processes through a number of ways. One of the things I've been bouncing off of people in these conversations, and people have been coming up, somebody was telling me that Ethiopia took 14 years to build a dam, the largest dam, I believe, on that either in North Africa or in Africa, largest dam in Africa, 14 years. And he was telling me that they didn't borrow a dime from any government, any international community. Yep. They sourced the money locally. And one of the things they did, to create a government bonds and all of that, motivated their people to buy those bonds and pay into it. That's one of the ideas that is being placed on the table in terms of investment and development at this conference. Another person was talking about either a diaspora investment bank or a diaspora investment fund. So if somebody goes with $5,000 or $10,000, for example, and has a good business plan and investing in an area that government believes is a strategic area to spur growth and development, they can partner and maybe, just serve as a surety for you to get additional money to go into that, or, collaborate, put you in collaboration with other people to make sure that happens. These are the ideas that have been generated, and that's what this conference is intended to accomplish. We need to go to the conference and tell the government, look, these are our obstacles to returning home and investing. These are our obstacles to sending money back there, even if we don't physically return home and invest in it. We don't want to come to the airport or go there and somebody breaks into our suitcase or whatever, or we don't want to go register a business and then people are asking us for money or bribes and all of those things. How do we address these things? These are the ideas and suggestions that this conference hopes to generate. Now, implementation. I believe it was you or Brother Gayman who said, how can we guarantee that these things will be implemented? There's no silver bullet. It rests on our shoulders, all of us. The government is inviting you, me, and everybody else who will be participating to leave their homes, their jobs, and whatever, and come and sit down and draw up suggestions and give it to them. We must make sure that they respect our time and energy and input enough to implement those things, and we must insist that they do. We must put pressure on them. It is our job to do it, and I commit myself to doing that. And I hope all of us will do that. Other than that, why are we putting our energy into something that we are not committed to seeing through? That's what I would say to the implementation piece of it.
Let me ask you a question, Mr.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Did you guys invite anybody from the opposition to partake on some of these panels and stuff like that?
So as far as I know, there was no process by which they said, let's send a letter to this opposition political party or this opposition individual. The approach is that let's invite Liberians from all walks of life, some of whom might be opposition politicians, some of whom might be students and teachers and farmers, to come and participate. That was the process. So it was not an invitation to politicians. And I honestly, if you ask me, I would have shied away from that myself.
Why?
Imagine we invite.
Why
Here's the reason why. Thank you for asking me why. Here's the reason why. Imagine we invite the chairs of secretary generals of the 25, 30 political parties we have in Liberia to come to a conference. I don't see anything real productive coming out of that besides a shouting match and a debate, as has been happening all the times in Liberia. I also do not particularly have faith in a lot of our political leaders. I see very little from our political leaders in terms of programs and ideas that will move our country forward. I see people on the website talking about how this other political leader is this and that, and he's this, he's on the left side, or this other one is coming with that, instead of coming up with tangible, concrete programs and solutions on how to move our country. And I fear that we put 35 political leaders, I believe we have 35 or more political parties now, in the room that will be that same chaos.
So
it's important to go directly to the Liberian people and speak to them for once. We've always been going to the political leader and asking them for their views. Let's, for once, go to the ordinary Liberians and say, this is your opportunity to come and speak and say what it is that impacts you. What are your suggestions? I think political leaders have the platform already to make suggestions in terms of investment and healthcare and education and stuff. It's the common people, the common Oma on a woodland, or an ordinary person who want to take their money, that we need to hear from at this point.
But if I'll push you back a little bit, you say you don't have trust or faith in most of the political leaders.
Yeah.
But do you, the other way around, do you have confidence in the president and his government running the country?
This is the government of the
because the president himself is a politician. It was true. Because the fact that the president is trying to call or to have this kind of a program like the All Liberian Conference, I think was meant to also, from my perspective, it was a very good question Peabody just asked, to invite the opposition side also. But if to say you don't have trust in most of the opposition leaders and you play a major role in these things, that's why I asked, do you have confidence and trust in the current government headed by the president?
So let me first clarify my point. I explained to you what the process was in terms of mobilizing participants. And I said, if you ask me my personal view, so that's not the view of the organizing and planning committee.
I know.
I'm not on the planning committee. Let me make that clear. I'm facilitating and assisting with the public relations part of this. I'm not on the planning committee. So I didn't make decisions of who to invite. What I'm saying to you is this. If you ask my personal view, I also wouldn't have made it a political gathering. Now, do I have confidence in this president?
Yes.
This president is the president of the Republic of Liberia, elected by the people.
Do you trust him that he will handle the Liberia business?
This president is the president of the Republic of Liberia, elected by the people of the Republic of Liberia. His actions and the programs will affect the people of Liberia. Whether I like him or not, whether I belong to a political party that lives underground, whatever. May I answer? Whatever.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. Whatever. Maybe it was an echo. Whatever he says or does.
Go ahead.
Let me answer your question, brother. Whatever he says or does will impact my Oma in the village. If you have a sister there, will impact her. Whatever the government does in terms of education will impact our children. Healthcare will impact our people, whether we like it or not. We can decide to disengage, or we can decide to engage and see if we can make any contribution to impact the lives of our people.
Do you trust him as the president of Liberia?
For me, it's not about trust.
No, but you just said you don't trust other opposition people. Do you
trust for me, as president who was elected by the Liberian people, majority of the Liberian people, his policies, his programs impact Liberians whether we like it or not. If we want it to be better, we must do two things. We must engage and try to make it better, and we must criticize where it's necessary.
Granted.
It's not about trust.
Okay.
I got you.
Alfonso,
Just a minute.
Just a minute, Jerome. I got you on that, Afonso. You know, and again, I don't want to. I thought it was wrong when he started it, but again, I just want to go back to that because what you tried to conclude on, and Mr. Nagbe came and said, "But you've been knowing him, probably." I don't really know you like that, but he said he's been knowing you for years, and he announced that you are Unity Party partisans. And then immediately after saying that, you came up and said that no, Sylvester.
Mr. Nagbe, hold on a little bit, please. Hold on.
Mr. Nagbe never said so. So when you saying it's not true?
No, he said it. I feel that, and I knew you were going to bring issue. And the reason why
Mr. Nagbe didn't say that.
He said it. He said it. Mr. Nagbe said he know you to be a Unity Party person, and you refuted that. You refuted it.
He never said so.
I expressed concern about what I call his Unity Party things. Okay?
No. You expressed. No, you said I know you.
He never.
And we went back. Do you want to Q&A instead of you now?
Okay, guys. Pewee, ask the question so we can move on.
Yeah, I'll ask the question. Give me some time.
Pewee looking for members of different political parties. Go ahead.
But anyway,
I would join.
No. The reason actually I was never going to politics, right? The only reason why, and other folks now from the other styles, they say you don't trust politicians, the other political people, there are people also not happy with that statement. But again, I would just allow us to move the conference forward because it's going to be an all-Liberia conference. But I thought it would have been a very good thing to write major political party leaders like the CDC, the comics, major political party in the country, at least inviting them. It's part of fostering, my dear brother, Afonso, this is part of fostering reconciliation. I understand you said it will kind of be shouting all across. No, sometimes and that's why you have the organizer. You have to put the guardrail in place as to how people are guided to move this conference forward. But again, we look forward to seeing a wonderful conference, but I thought it would have been a good thing to document them, to invite them as major stakeholders in the politics in the country, along with the government, to sit across. Because when Mr. Taylor, I can recall a young boy still coming up, and the All-Liberia Conference 1998 coming up, getting interested into politics and staying house. Who Mr. Taylor invited the diaspora Liberian, all of the opposition forces to sit in that conference that will organize also to move the country, because you need to hear from them also. I thought next time you can also include that. From my perspective, it would be a good, not to come and debate across the table, but to seek their input to in some of the cross-section discussion that will be held.
But Mr. Pewee, like he said, folks are coming. Maybe that may be one of the recommendations from the audience, from the participants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said.
And they will take that to them. But Afonso, let's look at the peace. Want to talk about peace and reconciliation, right? What's about this initial peace and reconciliation and the work that the commission did with the original folks? What's going on with that? Are we setting that aside? This is a new one, or are you going to blend, or this is an addition to enhance, or how are you doing this?
Thank you, Brother Gayman. So you're correct. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission came out with recommendations. Those recommendations, as far as I know, are being implemented. Whatever the outcome of this conference is, will also be part of that process. When I say the recommendations of the TRC are being implemented, for instance, there's a National Human Rights Commission that was established and given a mandate to implement some parts of the TRC recommendation. So, for instance, if you go on the website, you will see that there were these Palava hot gatherings in Riverside, I believe in Bassar and another county as well, that are being undertaken by the National Human Rights Commission, where they go to these towns and villages and, bring the community people together, and people confess to what they did to the colleagues. They apologize, and then they reconcile them, provide whatever they need to provide, and move on. So that Palava hot aspect was one of the recommendations of the TRC, and it's ongoing. Personally, I don't think it's happening at the pace at which I would like it, and I hope that this conference can help accelerate that process. I also do know during the course of the planning of this conference that the the Internal Affairs Ministry is working with the UNDP to implement some of those recommendations and others. That there was a study done across the country to identify conflict areas, hard conflict areas, put early warning signs into place, etc., to address it. So that is the reason why we're bringing this deputy minister who is spearheading that program with UNDP to talk about what they've been doing so far. So there are some things going on. You also know that the president also set up a secretariat to look into the establishment of a war crimes tribunal. That's one of the recommendations of the TRC that has been explored. So it is my hope that this conference, which is really a consultative conference with Liberians in the diaspora, to say, what do you think? What should we do? Will help to spur and accelerate that process.
Well, before I pass it on to Dr. Peabody, one of the things that I noticed in Liberia, hopefully it becomes part of the plank, is Liberia is not business friendly. I'm in Florida here, and you can sit right here with $125. You can register your business in about 30 minutes. They even give you template on how to do everything else, from the preamble to your everything in 30 minutes. They take you $125, whether you operate or not. They don't care.
My business.
And
You can even go to legal Zoom. They can do all your paperwork.
They do all of that for you. And they are collecting $125, $88 in 30 minutes, every 30 minutes. Whether you fail, whether you operate, it doesn't matter. I went to Liberia and I was trying to operate just a small business. And I had to get a lawyer, you have to do this, and I was out for 3 weeks, couldn't get it done. And I'm saying, just imagine the amount of folks that
you said recently, because you don't need a lawyer to organize a business in Liberia. That's not true.
Oh, well, when I went, they say I wrote my own bylaws and constitution, and they say it has to conform with the Liberian law. So I had to go to Honorable Inez and say, can you translate it into Liberian law? Because I thought it was very simple, just board of directors, your vision, all that stuff. So that's what it is. I just couldn't go there and write it myself and give it to them. So I had to go and get a lawyer.
Brother Gayman, the hope and the plan is that this conference, particularly the part of the conference on investment, will bring us some of these things. And I think that's what all of you refer to when you talk about the environment to register and to do business, the environment to access funding. Why is it that Olere Luce, who's been selling in Waterside Market for 10 years, is still selling the same cola or Docaflare in Waterside Market and is not making any progress? One, let me extrapolate some possible problems. Her business is not registered. Therefore, she can't go to the bank and get loan. She doesn't exist in the eyes of the bank. She doesn't have the support to even know how to go to the bank and open a bank account and put money in there and try to calculate her income to see whether she's making profit or not and how to make profit or to increase her profit. What can the government do to help her? Let's make business registration easier for everybody. Let's provide business consultants and advisors to these people who are doing these small businesses. Small and medium enterprises run the world. In the great United States of America, SMEs form the bulk of the economy. Every country you go in. It's not the big, huge, giant companies. It's the moms and pops. How do we help Liberians create the mom and pop businesses in Liberia? I hope Liberians will attend this conference and come up with these ideas, like your Florida experience. The investment people will be there. The chair of the National Investment Commission will be there. As I said, the investment forum will be moderated by one of his deputies on investment and trade. This is a great opportunity to confront these people and to tell them what our challenges are and what we expect.
Real quick, Sylvester, when I was vice president for Minority Affairs for the Chamber of Commerce, when I worked with a small business division, what we did was we set up incubators, right? Where people, like you say, people who have never done formal business, we come in, we teach them how to do business plan, do a small spreadsheet. We teach them the whole gamut how to do that. Then after that, we help them to register their businesses. And then we do 6 months of, it's like an apprenticeship where they pay you with a mentor for 6 months, and you go through the process. Then they kind of ease you into the business. So you taught in Liberia, but now with all the educated folks from here, you think that would be something that hopefully it will come out of this, where every market stall, every market business will have a small incubator there where they can teach you how to do your stuff and stuff. So hopefully, go ahead, Pewee.
Yeah, I was also trying to push back on this this whole investment thing and Liberians going back, and and as we've always said this past time, that Liberians contribute tremendously towards the economy back home in terms of remittance and all those things. I was just the last time, now currently even tariff, Jerome, we just discussed it the last time on like personal upturn and vehicle and other things. Now, and the reason that many Liberians in the diaspora, particularly here in the US and other part of Europe, been sending vehicle into Conakry, Guinea, right? And then, but one of them just spoke to me. Just spoke to me sometime last week. He said, "Hey, there's a problem now because they will send a vehicle to Conakry, Guinea, and they will drive the vehicle from Conakry to the Vera borders, and sometimes they will pay around maybe $900 or $800 to $900. But the government now saying, beginning I think this month or October, the same amount they were expected to pay to Freeport. If you took the vehicle to Guinea and paid the tariff there in Conakry, if you came back to the local border, they're going to charge you the same amount. So that means you're going to be so." He said he will very soon just stop importing cars into Liberia. It's a serious problem. And I think the conference should seek that. One of the things, if I were to have the opportunity to directly speak to the president about the issue about the tariff, the issue about the penalty, the GST, and all those things. The penalty, you remember, if you were to send a vehicle more than 10 years, you have to pay the penalty, you pay the tariff, you pay the GST, then you pay the 4%. All of those. I mean, you don't expect a country to be so mean to its citizens. And bulk of those that import vehicle into leave the business people out of it. These are other Liberians that are here engaging to other businesses and other things, trying to do that, to sell those vehicles to Liberians that are struggling to meet all the set in the middle class of society of the country. So these are things that we ought to really move before even trying to improve the business climate in the country. We have to do things to alleviate most of the stress and that these taxes or these tariffs poses on Liberians that are trying to do things to set the country economy moving. So I thought to really address this, if that were to hit again at the very borders we have, and then you have it's a complex, very compounded situation already. So
I think anybody who tries to bypass legitimate tariffs, ship a car to a different country just to bypass tariff, is breaking the laws of the country.
No, you didn't get me.
And that is not.
Let me clarify.
Well, let me land and then you can clarify.
Let me clarify on the point. No. The first thing you said, breaking the law. I didn't want you to. They are not breaking the law. Now, if they pay the tariff in Conakry, they are coming through the border. They are not coming to smoke the car in. They coming.
They pay the tariff in Conakry to whom?
Okay, you paying the tariff in Conakry is not that huge. It's very low in terms of different tariff lines.
They pay to whom? Who they paying it to?
To the Guinean government.
Okay. So the Liberian government is saying now you're entering your car.
They always pay to the Liberian government, but they're trying to double that local entry. The local entry, which we call the rural port entry, was not seen as the free port entry. You didn't capture what I was saying. That's why you said.
No, I did. I captured it.
No, if you are captured, you only say the illegal.
You haven't even. Okay, man. Let me talk about the tariffs and not about who belongs to a political party, where the tariffs are. I'm not here to represent the government or like.
No. You seem so. No. You try to take the political cloud.
Yeah, you, Sylvester, have
all right, I'm going to jump in there.
You, Sylvester,
guys,
pursue a
you just try to prove that you got some political
political sentiment.
Okay, Pewee.
My point is, if anybody tries to bypass the territory of Liberia to pass the car through Guinea and enter Liberia, you are breaking Liberian laws, and Liberia can penalize.
No. I know you are. I know you're trying to take your partisan self. You're trying to hide it, but you're exposing it now. They are not. They are not.
Pewee.
All right, let's move on, guys.
There's nothing criminal in being a member of a political party.
Alfonso.
I've never been a member of any political party.
Alfonso.
You just about to do that one.
Alfonso. Throughout this conversation.
Alfonso.
Let's focus on what we're here for.
All right, let me comment. I've not spoken.
Alfonso.
Yeah, you go ahead. You just about to do that one number say anyway. So you are partisan.
Fine, brother.
Listen.
Which is fine.
No, Jerome.
Alfonso, you are a Liberian and you are entitled to.
I'm entitled to. So I don't know why people think being a member of a party is
nobody. Give me. You see why you missing the boat?
I understand.
Nobody is saying he's not entitled to it. No one is saying it is his right to be a partisan of any political party. But what will happen if you came under the shadow of a conference and then I didn't say this, I didn't suggest this. Mr. Nagbe, he went down body and comrade, said that he's a partisan, right? But therefore he refused. This guy. And when I just said something just now, he said, no, they're not talking about government too much. So
part of the problem with some of you
I know that
it's always about got you.
Let me just say
y'all go away from the substance. I got him.
Yeah.
I got you.
Let me say this.
Alfonso, you are doing an excellent job.
Let me say this, right? Sylvester. You can be clarified.
No, I have to be. I think you're taking the thing completely off tangent.
Okay.
Alfonso is a younger brother. His older brother, Philip, the immediate past superintendent of River G. That's my buddy.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy I hang out with, and that's the guy I know to be political. I've known Alfonso for a very long time.
But if you knew that, why you get accused of your man?
But let me learn.
Go ahead.
Let me learn.
We gotta move.
And this is where you are always have
the current event in the country.
Yes. I've never known Alfonso to be political, but of late, especially his writings on the removal of the speaker, I totally disagree with the position he took. And to me, he's a very, very accomplished guy academically. He doesn't need to pander to anything or anybody. He worked for the Cali Justice Peace Commission in Liberia. He doesn't need that. And I'm bothered by that, but I've not had a chance to talk to him about it. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it on the air. We'll talk about it. That's what I meant. I don't know it to be a unit party.
I'll come to the house. I'll come visit you. I'll come 1 weekend. Come visit.
All right, let me bring it back to the issue.
I haven't said that though.
Let me bring it back to.
Let me just let
you bring it back to the event this week.
Let him land. Go ahead.
Let me land. Then you pick it up.
Bring it back to the event this week.
I have to agree with Sylvester.
The CMC come with I think.
Oh man, wait, man. What this CMC thing is really giving you hot now. Look, you got to deal with it. Anyway, look.
I said, come and talk. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I have to agree with Sylvester on the question that Dr. Peabody asked. I think leaving out the opposition in this whole arrangement, I think it's a mistake. We cannot be afraid to engage. And I hope that is not the reason for which the opposition has been left out of this. But my own understanding is that we need all of the voices on the table if we have to make progress with our country. So, as you go back, I know it's pretty late now in the planning process, but if you have the chance on the go around, maybe next year, this is something I think you guys should really seriously, put on the table. You should engage the opposition, and I think you should encourage the government like you always have. I think you should encourage this government. I think they should engage the opposition. Right now, the engagement with the opposition is very lopsided. If at best, there are times that they are going after the opposition shamelessly, unnecessarily. So I'll leave it up for Dr. Peabody.
Yeah, we came to talk about diaspora convention.
Yeah, that I leave it.
I know Alfonso got to gotta run, and I think I don't know. But let me ask
we
you,
got to cover current event in Liberia today too now.
Alfonso. Let me ask you.
Alfonso's no rapper. Yeah.
The issue of the justice system is one of the problems we have in that country. Serious problem.
Yep.
You know, people don't have a lot of trust in the justice system. Maybe like here too now, where everything is passed, or what anything that take the Supreme Court is a check mark in favor of the current government. But bring it back to Liberia. Is there any piece? Is there any part of that conference that will focus on the legal system in Liberia and all of that?
Great question, our brother Peabody. Yes, it is my hope, and also the way the reconciliation part of the conference is being framed, that the issues of rights, justice, participation will be covered under that. Those are all subsets that facilitators would drive in the discussion on reconciliation, because you cannot have reconciliation when the justice system is one-sided. It's unfair. You cannot have reconciliation when people's rights are being abused by the government and they can't get redress. You cannot have reconciliation. You cannot have peace if that doesn't happen. So, and you cannot have reconciliation when political parties or opposition candidates or just ordinary citizens feel that they don't have the right to vote or that their voices are not heard. In other words, when elections are not free and fair. So, although the organizers of the conference did not specifically say issue of justice or the courts or whatever, there are subsets of the conversation on reconciliation where those things are listed and where facilitators, and that's why Ambassador Don was saying earlier, professional people in those areas will be facilitating those group conversations. So those issues are listed and will come up. And I hope that Liberians who are participating will also raise them as well, so as to give them more force and voice.
Thank you, Honorable Alfonso. You've been with us. You have done an
excellent. I'm not an honorable yet.
Listen, anybody who served his country in a capacity that you have not been a felon,
yep.
In any district, you are honorable in my book. No,
thank you.
I'll give you that title. You earned it. So I think you are. Give us your parting words as you are about to leave, so we can move on.
Once again, I want to thank you all. This is a very, very important opportunity. This is one of the best public services that can be rendered to one's country and community. I studied journalism. That's my first degree. So I'm very passionate and very supportive of journalists. We do a selfless job. You guys take time off and to do what you do, to inform the public, to create a platform, a forum for public debate, which is the essence of democracy. And that's why journalists are, and journalism profession is called the fourth estate. So I want to thank you all, particularly on the aspect of giving us the opportunity to talk about this conference. I joined this conference because of a patriotic desire to change things in my country. When I told you earlier, I don't know what the money situation is, and I'm all of that, all of those things. I will make sure and push that there's report and accountability in terms of the funding. All I'm telling you is that I'm not part of handling the money, so I couldn't discuss money. Should there be accountability and transparency? Absolutely and obviously, and we're having those discussions and conversations in the back. I myself was, I was accused when the vice president, I'm in the Liberia Association of Pennsylvania. When the vice president was coming, I was appointed by the leadership of the Liberia Association of Pennsylvania to organize the vice president's visit. There were reports all over in all of the media here. They got $10,000, they got $20,000. We had not even received a penny. I want to thank the women of Philadelphia. They stepped up and cooked food. When the people saw the food, they were shocked. When they saw the program, they were shocked. And we made a report of whatever penny that we received. The check, I have a copy of the $5,000 check. I think it was WhatsApp or something transfer something that came from the vice president office or the government to organize that program. So I'm very meticulous about it. I work in human rights for years. That's why I'm still working there. I'm very meticulous about that and will ensure that there's accountability. I want us to focus and make the only way we can make change and progress in our country is for us to engage actively and make it happen. And you guys are doing that, and you're giving Liberian people the voice to do that, and you are giving us voice to promote this gathering. I want to thank you all very much. Hope to come back here, as the ambassador said, and talk to you about what happened at the conference and give you a financial report about what happened. Thank you very much. Look forward.
You.
Yeah.
Before you
Mr. Gayman,
real quick, George, quick, before you leave, you see here, this is my homework that I sent home a year ago, 2 years ago. They charged me $11,000, $7,000 at the port. So when Pewee were talking about people trying to find other ways of saving money, I sent this card because I said when I go home, the weather, and we went to the motor vehicle. They gave me the Kelly Blue Book. They gave me the value and everything, and I attached the original documents. And they still said they would not go by the Kelly Blue Book. They decided that I was going to pay $7,000 to free my car. That is inhumane.
But Gayman, you are correct. The point I was making to Pewee is the solution to that problem is not going through Sierra Leone and Guinea and Ghana.
No, that's the solution.
It's confronting the system, confronting that system, and changing the system.
But what if it's an option? Shouldn't I use
I'm coming. Let me just give me 5 seconds. I will land.
Yeah.
I had an opportunity, as I said earlier, when I arranged that conference with the VP and we fought the vice president's office, which is another story, to make sure that he availed himself before the town hall to groups of Liberian businesses, Liberian shapers, the Liberia Chamber of Commerce. I made sure that he was made available to them. When at the last meeting, the one of the council, I said, no way, then there will be no town hall. And that happened. And one of the conversations that came out of that was shapers. The shapers came and said, when we ship, they charge us so much money and other than blah, blah, blah. The outcome of that conversation was, guys, how can we form a shapers association, a shapers union that will have the power to go and challenge these things? The individual shaper goes and bribes somebody here and there and passes on, or pays the money and come and complain in the corner. That's not, or try to ship their train through Sierra Leone. That's not going to solve the problem. That's my position on that.
Yes.
But let's move on.
Tomalin, go ahead.
Mr. It's good you came. Thank you. I appreciate you coming. But after the conference, I would love to invite you here so that I want for you to share your story, how you left Liberia. I want you to share that story.
Okay, thank you.
I want people to hear why you left, how you left Liberia, what you went through. I want to hear that story. Share with Liberian people. So after the conference, I will invite you.
Will you tell us what the closing argument official function would be at this conference?
Wonderful. So when I got in touch with Ambassador Dunn, I came on board very late on this conference, I must admit. 3 weeks ago, Reverend Peabody knows that. And I spoke with Don. He said, Peabody has been helping us. So Peabody has actually been on longer than I have been. So reach out to Peabody. He's been helping us. That's how Dr. Peabody and myself have started working together. A closing argument will be present. Dr. Peabody will be one of the people. I haven't confirmed that with him, but let me say it here, accrediting journalists to the conference. He himself will be there. He will have the opportunity, if he so desires, to accredit journalists to that conference, including photographers and stuff to that conference, and making sure that it's covered. So the closing argument is playing a huge role in this process, and will continue to do so. And I'm very sure that the closing argument will gather a lot of pertinent and very important information that it will bring and circulate to the Liberian people. But the closing argument has been doing an excellent work. According to Dr. Dunn, Dr. Peabody has really been a forerunner in promoting this conference. So I want to publicly thank you, Brother Peabody.
No, thank the team. The team
and an entire team. I'm so sorry. An entire team. Sylvester, Brother Gayman, of course, my big brother, Brother Nagbe, and my brother, Tomalin Josh from Pittsburgh.
Your brothers will tell you, your brothers will tell you watching. So you as you say so, but if you say something funny here, you will come for you.
You come for me. Okay.
Your piece. Thank you very much for coming. We look forward to talking to you again.
You. Yep. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But given, I just wanted to speak to probably Alfonso didn't get the context I was coming from actually. No one, the guys are not smuggling vehicle through the border. So here's what they do. So they got the rural port of interest in the country. The major port you have, the free port. That's the major port of entry in terms of this. The rural ports. Let's say you took a vehicle to the country.
Well, we got to the conference.
And then these things will have to move through the lines. You have the taxes you pay on. You have a tax they call these are things they call the imported duty also. Right. You have GST. You have ETL, and you also have overage penalty. You know about overage penalty.
Yes.
And vehicle more than overage penalty is there. GST is there. The duty something is there. And all those things combined. I mean, we're not just saying this in vacuum. If we sending vehicle back home in the country and we have it's to put your mouth to where your money is. That's what I was trying to talk about. So the guys go and do that. Then because the tariff in Guinea is low. They pay the tariff in Guinea and come down and pay the rural port tariff. It is the rural port tariff they're trying not to hide. If they were to do that, the guys said they will completely stop in terms of doing what they do. But I think there are a lot of things unfolding in the country today, so you can name some of those things so we can run into them. A lot of things happen in the country today. And some also happen here today. I learned that the president spoke to the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Today mark 80 years of the General Assembly or so. And so there was some ceremony today where some certain world leaders spoke. The president spoke there today. So a lot of things. I don't know how that. Somebody told me, Jerome, you're in attendance. You said you're recording the speech. I don't know. You cut the microphone off.
Look, I will tell you the truth.
Jerome, did you cut the microphone off?
Who did that to the president was disrespectful. Why was she? No, let me look, Pewee. I'll keep telling you guys. We are not
Tony about the role we play. The role we play as funded cannot be emotional.
We're a full member of the United Nations. We are full member. In fact, before the UN, the League of Nations, we're full member of the League of Nations.
Absolutely.
We're full member of the UN, full member of ECOWAS, of the OAU, now the African Union, all international bodies. For that woman who was sitting in that chair, by our president today, I take serious action to that.
Listen,
the president was speaking and she called the mic off. Why would she do that?
Listen to this.
I come here.
No, I gotta point you. I gotta point you.
Jerome.
I'm mad with my own man.
They put the president of the Republic of Liberia. She shows to know that Liberia member of the Security Council now. She not aware.
I know the president. That's why I said I'm a nephew. Too many talking about me.
Yes, the president. I want you to instruct the foreign minister and the ambassador of the United Nations to file a formal complaint to the Secretary of the United Nations. Well, I expect you're giving today. The president,
you want me to come in, but you can?
He was speaking and then she put the mic on the president. Why would she do that?
So too many
respectful and rude.
Yes.
I'm gonna be that Tomalin Joe.
Yeah. Bringing you. Yeah, you saw. You know, I listened to somebody play something of a video some time ago when Brady was saying when we let your hair go in my farm. Somebody breaking
news.
He said, "Hell, grow in my palm."
Yeah, they sent that video to me 1,000 times.
So when I'm asking, so you're backing the woman?
No,
I'm backing her.
Oh, let me say this to you, Tomalin.
You're not patriotic. You're not patriotic.
You speaking again. Let me say this to you, and I know you just saying that you want to set the stage for the debate to spark up. Let me sincerely state here to you. As a diplomat myself, in the culture of diplomacy and international convention, there are best practice or best practices in the world. At the level of the United Nations is the high-level global forum. It's the biggest global forum all time globally. And as part of the Committee of Nations, you ought to adhere to the guidelines and rules governing the General Assembly. The straightforward thing, that's something that there's something everywhere when you are driving in this country, I know in part of your region also, when you talk about the speed limit, they say strictly enforce. That's when you see they're strictly enforce, if a camera strictly enforce, if you pass it, they will enforce it. That rule of the General Assembly is strictly enforced. They give you timeline, they give you grace period, or if you pass the grace period, they will cut your mark off. Let me say this to you. That didn't happen to the president in isolation. It was not a mistake. Now, here's what I would say basically to our folks, those that are handling the affairs of the Liberian presidency. It is important. And let me say this to you. People said before time passed that Mr. Weah was not an eloquent speaker. But Mr. Weah always lived in conformity with the international time of that global body. Every leader, and before the meeting, the preparatory acts of the meeting, I always sometimes spend some time with the foreign minister before. They gave him the period. It's 15 minutes allotted to other head of states. Now they have a section to those that are part of the powerful countries. They get them more time. Trump will have more time tomorrow because Trump is the host and he's part of the big five. But every other country is going to have now. He didn't speak. It's not a general.
You think she will try to Trump? She will cut Trump well above his time?
Watch it, Mark. If Trump back, I come in this. Let me say this to you. If Trump passed the time, they will cut him off. But he wouldn't pass the time.
She will not try.
Let me say this to you. The presidency in other countries are very, very well handled. If you are dealing with a man that is aged, the speech will have to be written in line with the age. And one of the things about Liberian, most of Liberian, I want to believe most things about this thing, they didn't allow the woman to rehearse the speech. Because if I wrote the speech for the woman, and I tell the woman, I say, I'm writing the speech for my boss for 10 minutes. What do we do immediately after the speech is written? The person will have to go in a room and I say, Chief, go over the speech. You go up, people that will tell me the president finished the speech. Oh, this was ready for 10 minutes. The president finished the speech in 11 minutes. What happened? I'll go back and restructure the speech and put it in the way that it will allow the president to do the speech in 9 minutes. Because it is important the president to meet, because they are allotting you time. You're not speaking at will like the president want to give the State of the Nation address. No. It's not that. If the president if the president drag on the State of the Nation address in our country for 10 hours, the people will sit for 10 hours and wait for him. But at the General Assembly, they have head of state that left the country. They got business schedule. If you are given 15 minutes, they will give you a grace period of 45 seconds. If you pass the 45 seconds and hit 60 seconds, they will cut you off. That's the standard. So tomorrow, those that are writing down, this was the program commemorating the 80th anniversary of the United Nations General Assembly. Tomorrow is going to be the opening of the General Assembly, where leader, the host country's president, are going to speak tomorrow. Many powerful countries will speak, but we always Liberia because.
Pewee.
So that's part of the reason.
Tomalin, why you cut Pewee off? Just kidding.
Because you're talking too much.
Yeah. So I'm not talking too much. I'm imparting some sense and to teach you what you don't know about. So
who are you teaching? You teaching me or you teaching the audience?
When I say to teach you, maybe you. I'm
talking,
but yeah.
But the reality is that Pewee.
So they didn't do it in respect to the Liberian presidency. They did it in keeping with international benchmark.
No, but the program today was the women, for the women, right? But for the women, the year of the women, right? But now, the thing is that, let's be honest with ourselves. the President Boga, if I were him tonight, I'll take action on those who preparing for that event because they didn't. But besides that too, he was taking his time to read. Because don't mind you now, he was taking time to read very.
And consider age. Hey, you gotta take consideration.
Yeah, but so what consider age? Why she?
No, it's not her responsibility.
But
not right.
All the time they had, the president had been here so long. Why did they didn't prep the president well to go up there and let the people cut it off? I think that was embarrassing to the
country. You want to ask that question again? You want to go what you said again?
Why did they not prep the president well?
Exactly.
All the time that he's been here, you couldn't prep the president that you're going to talk for a certain time.
But the very people. Great point, Tomalin. Doc. But the very people. Who's
that giving? Now you and who?
Biden.
You and Biden?
Yes.
He's a Republican.
He's a Republican.
How come you taking you with Biden?
You want to start your position?
When you got flipped, I won't even go there. When you're
please that round to talk. Go ahead now.
Yeah, man, you just went to a meeting for the Republican Party. How can you show him Biden picture?
Right, go ahead now.
Listen, the reason I left the Democratic Party is when they switched to this a transvestite thing, I just left the party because that was not within my purview.
Give me what talk about your Tony. Yeah, my boss up better talk. Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead. You see, he allowed the woman to leave before you. Go ahead.
But if you pass 2 minutes, now you ready?
We'll cut you off.
Listen, this is not the United Nations. If you cut me off, the closing argument. If you cut me off, the closing argument.
I like that. But let's get the record straight. Wait. Let's get the record straight. I think the neo-progressive judge mentioned a very profound point when he talked about the little countries and the big countries, the powerful countries speaks tomorrow. When you're talking about the closing argument, I'm not the little guy. I'm one of the powerful. So the 2 minute stipulation does not reflect on me. So if you cut me off, you will be dealt with accordingly.
That's right. We'll cut your funding.
But listen, that made a good point. Mind you, right after the speech, the very people were posting pictures of the president with the foreign minister, and they were looking at what was supposed to be the speech. So what was that about? If they have time to take pictures to post on social media, why are they not doing the real work to prep the president and to ensure that his speech accords with the time that is accorded them? Why are they not doing that? These are the very folks you talk about considering the man's health. These are the very folks who almost, God forbid, the president could have died during his inauguration, because not only was the speech unnecessarily long, they didn't put the mechanism in place to ensure that the president was cool enough in that heat. On top of that, his outfit just did not reflect the heat and the location of the event. These people are reckless. These people are not. They are not pragmatic. They don't think things through. All of this big mouth that they're making, it's one thing to talk the talk, but when it comes to governance also includes a proper preparation, planning, rehearsing, going over everything, understanding, what the standards are. And you know what? These are the people, and I think sometimes we say this very lightly. These are the people who said they would not embarrass us on the international scene. These are the folks who said George Weah was an embarrassment. But did you see this thing happen to George Weah?
No.
I feel bad for the president, because I saw a different president. I think he was rushing through the speech. If you really listened to him, he barely had his head up. He was trying to just rush through the speech because they knew it was not within the time limit. You know what I'm saying? So I agree. They had all right to cut him off. Liberia, deserve respect. But let's be honest. Liberia is not amongst the big nations. I bet you they're not going to cut Trump up. I bet you they won't cut the other guys up because they've earned it.
But you know what, Robert? You already, and I'm sorry to butt in, you already said it. That place is not a place where the big countries go to talk. And it's a mistake by the handlers. That also is not a place you go deliver a policy speech. I think the president made a big $8.3 billion.
Yes, Liberia.
Exactly.
That historic for women. So the president made a big pledge today.
But listen, when it comes to pledges, those things people don't want to say. We don't want to say anything. It is $3 billion to Buchanan for oil refinery. These are big promises and pronouncements that mean absolutely nothing. When I was working with Biden when he was speaking, the guy before the SS people came in, they made it clear: if you have an announcement, the guy is much older. It has to be between 16 and 18 inch, right? They are talking about the how they call this stuff. They don't. It cannot be the normal size or the font because of his age. So it has to be the normal font for regular folk like you young folk is 12, right? For the older folks, it's between 16 and 18. It has to be bold so they can read it. And some of those where they got you know, they don't hold piece of paper and do it like that. So I don't know when President Myean, he had his folder, right? He folds like that.
Thank you.
He flips like that.
Exactly. Thank you.
You've seen it, but for the president to hold his stuff in his hand,
paper,
and read, and I'm saying to myself, what is this?
But
you have to be handwritten.
It's not even about the age. It's about presentation. Listen, when the president took this job, the president told us he was fit, he was mentally fit and physically fit to carry out all functions of this job. So I am not going. Yes, the president is an elderly man, and it's not my responsibility to take that into consideration. It is the responsibility of those around him. These guys are not around him for free. The New York that they're in right now, the hotels are not cheap. I tell you right now,
of course,
$400, $600 a night. Those hotels are paid for by taxpayers. They're not spending their own money in New York. So if they're getting paid, it's their responsibility to make sure they're checking all of these different things and doing what they need to do to make sure the president don't embarrass her. Why we can't afford an iPad? So that Peabody, the president, so you can put his little 10-minute speech on an iPad where he can go and
give me a photo. The point that Jerome is making, elderly guys like myself who's younger than Mr. Walker.
Plenty, yeah.
Because of coffee, when you hold something, your hand shakes. Because of that, you don't get the president people to hold. You get
like Mr. Nagbe, look, like I said, on a serious note, right? Let's be honest. The handlers of the president, the handlers, they're not doing good. No. First of all, like before you go to that kind of a podium, you do prep. You do that prep. You read that speech over and over before you so when you get there, you just want to flow. But that number one observation.
Yeah, can we play that tape? Can we just play that thing?
Yeah, while playing the tape, let me
Myean there.
Let me say something too, right? Another thing that I observed today too, honestly, look, and I will say this: the U.S. government got to tell them clearly the way they treat our officials is wrong.
Who?
They're wrong.
Who?
This morning,
Tomalin, they have 190 countries that's all made presentation. This hours, you know how long? They're going to take a whole month.
This morning, because of the diaspora conference and the UN conference, they have officials in a lounge to the embassy. And to be honest with you, and what they did today was not, look, it's not funny because tomorrow you'll be for Mr. Robert. You cannot have our officials of government in the sun on a line for visa. It's wrong.
So what does it do?
Today they have people in the land today in the land for. I won't call it names because my friends were there too. But
I agree with Tomalin on this one. I agree.
And then they gave people 10 days money, 10 days.
But why you don't call a name? Because the information I'm getting, I know. Somebody was saying they say Senator Snow. I don't know how true is that. And I stand to be corrected here.
No, you're right. But
who else? Who else, Sylvester? Who else?
The time I receive here as Come Pewee, I need your personal analysis and advice on this. Is it right? Does this equate to diplomatic reciprocity? Now they say, imagine Senator Erin Snow, Representative Musa Hassan Berete, and other government officials. I don't know, but I challenge you on because Berete was just here.
No, it's not Berete. Berete already has a visa. I don't think Berete is not part of it. He's already.
That's what I said to him. I said, I come in. That's something he said. But mind you, Robert, mind you, and I also said after I said, yeah. But mind you, here's what I'm hearing: that they are giving government officials now 1 month visa.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah. So if what he said is true that Berete was there, I mean the Berete may have received. I don't know how true what he said.
No, but his visa hasn't expired yet. His visa hasn't expired yet.
No, if it is 1 month expired,
and then he has a conference. He's coming back for a conference too.
Yes.
So, but I believe he got more than a month based on the sources that I've received. I believe he got more than a month.
I personally already confirmed that. So because
but I agree with Tomalin. But Tomalin though, it's a standard you set, Tomalin. In Liberia,
I think it's so disrespectful for them.
It is disrespectful. It is. Why can't they send their passports? Why can't they send their passports? They have staffers. Why can't they send their passports for staffers to deal with them? And you know what? But the government should have some sort of relationship with the embassy in a diplomatic process of officials of government receiving passport. The same respect that is accorded the president. The president, he sent his staffers to the embassy. So why are our senators? These are senior senators, by the way. Why are they standing in line for visa? This is embarrassing. But again, Tomalin,
why they want to come anyway?
Why they can't come?
Why they can't come?
Listen, Marco Rubio said it is the absolute prerogative of the country to allow whomever they want. That is their right. Your right is to apply their right to say no. Listen, the president of Palestine, Hamas, the whole crew, they told her you ain't coming here. I leave you, give you 10 days. You
how about Iran? They say Iran. They say they put Monaco shopping to cost.
Oh yeah, they still right within the US.
They're very restricted. They're restricted. They can't deny them from coming.
Club.
Yes, Raul said something just now. Raul, actually, you see, in diplomacy, we do have a lot of conventions that cover diplomacy, particularly the Vienna Convention, right? It's a wide range of issues we will cover. And you see, this time of the year now, even countries that the US will not want to give visa to, officials inside the country don't want to give visa to, because of the United Nations gathering, they will be compared to issue some of those individual visa, and then they will have to restrict them.
Right.
That they will not restrict them to certain areas. Sometimes they have 5 mile radar, and they can be defined because you have to be within that, maybe that's 5 or 10 miles or so, right? They will do the restrictions. But in terms of our bilateral ranking of the US, as Manasadi would say, is our premier and major bilateral partner. Our bilateral ranking of the US, as per diplomacy, official of government should not go and stay in the regular line for these.
Exactly.
I agree.
So as per diplomacy,
I agree.
So there will have to be a kind of a diplomatic note we refer to as note verbal. So the note verbal will be sent conveying the names of these government officials. That the chief of protocol of the Republic of Liberia will write the U.S. embassy indicating the names of the official of government or be attending a particular function. And then in that process, you are not applying for a B1 or B2 visa, which is the business and tourist visa. You are applying for the A1, A2, or the work visa, if you will. Government.
Well, let me ask you the question, Sylvester. Let Tosso and Tosso, right? Why? Let Tosso and Tosso. I know, based on what I'm hearing right now, plenty of these guys are not only those who stand in line, even some government officials right now, as I speak to you, have been begging for visa under they're calling to them. They're coming for the diaspora conference.
and the handlers of this conference, some of these guys have been bugging these guys to even write letter of recommendation that they're coming. Some of these guys are assistant ministers. Some of them have not even. Why are they trying to come here for this conference? This is a 2 days conference. What is the need for them to be in America here for the conference?
Oh, why is our deputy speaker here, Robert? That's what I want to know.
But that ain't a part of the reason why. Ain't a part of the reason why they're restricting the visa to 2 weeks. The man went to some kind of program. Telling the people how we should raise money to sponsor 500. Can you imagine the whole deputy minister in America wasting our time telling us and telling people, begging people to raise money to go send 500 kids to school when he should be putting in place policy to employ those parents so that they are able to send their own kids to school. He's not talking about that. This is the reason why these guys should sit right back in Liberia. They don't need to come here.
So Pewee,
I got a question for you.
Let me ask you the question for you.
I'm not going to let you go away with it. But the government officials that were arrested for, is that true, for money laundering and all that other stuff?
We're going to verify that thing.
That's what I'm asking you.
I know we're talking about the official coming. But right now,
go ahead.
we got a journalist who got his visa and need help. We got
another thing there too. Why you getting visa? You got money. You got money.
Listen, who the journalist? Listen, our journalist get money to get visa, then you not get money to come.
Man, we got one journalist that has a visa. It'll help us. He helped us a lot.
Okay, so
don't call the journalist name because the man may not go back. Please.
No, you go back.
So
my question is,
if the journalist can do some work for us, we'll find me to see how
my question is, right? This morning.
Sylvester, you right now to read that $100,000 for the visa. Go ahead.
Why they treat the official government different from the president's son? Tanta wanted the money. Tanta wanted the council that got a visa account.
Yeah, because
so why they treat the president
mind you, this is a guy
family.
Yeah, but mind you though, 10, that's a good point. This is a guy who would not have gotten visa to come to America under any normal circumstances.
Why?
Yeah, so again,
why he got denied when doing all these other years? Why?
Again, it is the right, and let me sit here for the record. It is the right of the U.S. government to issue visa to anybody. It's a right of the U.S. government. It's a privilege to get a U.S. visa. It's not a right.
Reciprocity, man.
But I'm coming back, particularly. I'm coming to that aspect, to the B1 and B2 visa, and that's, I think, one Tantan may have gone for. He got now, and the reason why it is for the discretion of the visa counselor to hear him and believe that he got more tax to the country. The tax, part of the major reason to get you visa to establish that you got more tax with the country. Meaning his father is the president of that bureau. There's no reason you want to abscond. He want to abscond. He got some other things going on in the country, so they will offer him that. But now, the issue of the
so why didn't they offer him? Why was he denied a few times when his dad was not president? Even
because his dad was opposition and leader. There was no money. There's only African, but now his dad is the president, Ravel. There's no one want to leave that country, right? His dad is the president of the republic.
Yeah, Pewee, and so the man is an immediate family member of the
and
that's right? The president's son. The
president's son. The president can take his wife, his children. They can go.
He better come. He better come all he want to, because after 2029,
wow.
He go back to
the very day he if you had to go for a visa this time and they deny him, meaning there's certain thing criminal he may have done that the one going to get him visa. But for now, it will be very difficult for them to deny him visa. But let me go back to the level of reciprocity in diplomacy. This is meant for official visitation.
You do me, I do you.
Reciprocity. Officially. And that's why you don't see the official will have to go in person. But in recent history, the U.S. embassy have been calling for officials to go for interview. For some reason, I don't know. For instance, they cited some reason in the House, the Senate, the House of Representatives, the Senate. It says at times some of those officials, representatives or senators, will send names of people that don't work in their offices, but they will say they put work with me to get visa to come here.
And they don't go back.
And they put, yes, many a time they don't return. And then when they found the real story behind it, for instance, Rawa is representative for District Number 2 in Grand Bassa County. Rawa will sometime in this month will send name of 5 persons say they work in his office, but none of them actually work in his office. But they will write this the foreign ministry requesting for other service or official passport for these people, and they will send this passport to the embassy. In some cases, some of the people receive, and then start investigating to find out that actually those lawmakers. So if you see them inviting lawmakers themselves, these are things that they've been building or investigating from some level.
But
if you
but
see
but,
them
but,
also,
but I want to ask you this question though. Why is it still difficult? Because there are no ministers and deputy ministers in this government right now that have been denied multiple times from coming to this country. Why is it that government officials at certain level are still being denied? They don't have no criminal record, but they just tell them no, it's not sufficient proof or whatever.
If you see any government official currently that is denied, there's something unfolding behind the scene.
Administrative processing.
Administrative processing. There's something, rather, to be frank. They will not deny any government official, but the only thing that they are currently doing is that in every administration will have to have our own policy. This current administration, what I'm noticing, they're giving like 1 month, 2 months, 3 month visas. It didn't happen in weird time.
No, they were giving 1 year.
1 year straight fire. It didn't happen in weird time. This, and what I heard today, if that is true, I want to verify that. If that is true, they gave someone 10 days.
Yes.
Then I really want to confirm that.
Yeah.
The policy have changed, and if the policy changed in DC, it will reflect on, and the new Secretary of State also got a change policy. He got an agenda from DC, right? That's an agenda. Maybe that policy is trying to trigger these changes in terms of how the issue of visa and the rest of that. But to receive a U.S. visa is a privilege. So those that are going for the B1, B2 tourist visa and business visa, they're not, the people say the Twitter people run, they honor the sun, they honor this. No, you have to apply. In the same way, if American trying to go to our country, they will apply for visa via our embassy in Washington, D.C., and they will be issued a visa. If they took the visit to Liberia, then they're going to come back to the country or something. There are a lot of other reasons they cite. They're being given for people why they're doing it. But if it's established, I know in recent time, I know a company personally that they gave him 3 months visa. That he told me 3 months. 3 months. But the information I got today to money, if that is true that it gives someone a 10 days visa.
Yeah, you might confirm. Check it on.
Then we'll have to confirm.
Mr. This right.
They get Edwin Snow. They get Edwin Snow 10 days.
I know.
No, not Edwin Snow. But if it is true that what it said that what the person told me that what I'm trying to call it's what it said they apply for visa again. Then I mean because they were just here. I told the person it's not true because they were just here in July. I think Billy left the country. They returned to Liberia July.
I think that should be a discussion issue. They don't leave that.
Well, let me say this right. I wanted the last thing I want to discuss is look. Today, right? Today something happened in Liberia. Look, and I talked to people today about it. Look, today the MCC, the Millennium Challenge, the Millennium Compact, the people that get that money for Liberia qualified to receive. They were arriving in Liberia today, so they decided to the former president was arriving today, and what they did today was wrong. They put a joint security team at the airport. Citizens plan. They announced ahead of time said we're going to be the former president on his arrival. They went to work and stopped the people at Smedote, say that the people cannot go. It was wrong. But what they didn't know, what they did today. They assume that if Joe we are approval rating was 30%, today they took it to maybe 50%. Because it's what they call provocation. Okay? He's a former president. And besides that, this man, take it or leave it. You may not like him, but he's a international star. Get it? Oh, he's admired by people around the world in Liberia. Some people, I don't care what you say, people will love him and will always cherish him. But today, the government start issuing. I know the first some money, the people they will say, "Oh, it was too near police." But the idea, you provoke the stuff. The sedition announced the former president will be arriving in the country, and we're going to go to meet him. Your duty was to say, "Okay, we'll provide a corridor." Okay, they said, but then when I asked one of the senior officials, they said, "Oh, MCC people are coming today." So what? They coming today, but tell me the former president also coming today too. But MCC coming, even the in Liberia today, right? You know whether they'll give the money or not. They come and do assessment. You're talking to everybody, talking to opposition, talking to the common man all in the country. But today, when they start to make it half a sedition, start saying, okay, you can come from smell to just stay there, and then they start using tear gas and so forth. It was wrong. And today, what I saw today, I think before we can show the president going to his home, the place was the traffic jam. So I don't know, but I don't know your view, but my view was that I think it was wrong. President Weah deserved the courtesy and respect as a former president. When he came in the country, his team gave them heads up, said the president is coming. Your duty is okay. Former president will be coming today. We'll ensure that he arrives safely and leave the airport safely. But to stop stopping his supporters, it was wrong. So I pray and hope the government take note of this, and they should not continue to do it, because they will one day put this thing it will go out of hand. But you know that I think they were wrong.
But Chief, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
And I'm really asking this coming from a good place.
Yeah.
You all of us here know how demonstrations happen in Liberia. The objective is always to block the streets.
Oh.
So first of all, look, I respect the former president. I really think he's a man of peace, but sometimes I think there's some undertones to some of his, his gestures. He told his people when they were being evacuated from the office not to take to the street. They listened to him and they went home. Why can't he tell his people when he's coming?
He did it though. Let me stop you there.
I'm coming.
He did
coming.
it.
Victor, I got to push back. I got to push back on it. When Walker was coming, you saw me. What her name? Julie, Andy, and everybody. They had a whole plate full of people dancing, cultural people everywhere. You saw it.
I understand that. But let's also agree that the government has a responsibility to maintain the peace and security of the country.
But that was not a demonstration.
Let me finish. If they believe, for instance, like Chief Tomalin is alluding to, if there is an international delegation in town, you think they want to stuck in traffic for hours and hours because there is a demonstration to welcome the president back?
That was not a demonstration.
That's not a demonstration.
It's a Nagbe. The former president issued a statement before he arrived. Issued a statement saying people should be peaceful, and if they tell them to stay away, what I'm going to do, it might be calm. He issued a statement. And now number two, right?
I missed that statement. I didn't get it.
MC's delegation was going right to the hotel by the airport there. Where they were going.
They're going to farm it on.
So the president, he arrived at 5 o'clock. They came around 2. So I think they should not have. I mean, all they done bid a corridor. Said, look, the CDC supported the president. You all stay right here. When you come outside the airport, you can meet him. But they start preventing them from smell no taste. Stop them from coming. And
let me
come
in for a second.
Tomalin, I want me to listen. I hope the police chief is watching. If the excuse was that the MCC force were coming, what they saw today with him tear gassing and brutalizing folk is not what the MCC wants to see. Remember, human rights, one of the things that the MCC takes into consideration, freedom of the press. The force came in. I didn't see anything about demonstration. I didn't see any hostility there. In fact, when they told them to go to spend hotel, the people went. So I don't know where this came from. I mean, if you saw what Bieta posted, the police had a battalion, about 15 cars, pickup truck for the armed men going. It's like a war zone. That is not how you.
Because Jerome,
that was wrong. That was wrong.
Our guys throw rocks all the time.
but so
And this
what?
is not.
They
They
throw
didn't
rock,
throw
Mr.
no rock.
Dunley.
Yeah, but let me.
Any
They
rock.
have to
They
contain
didn't
them.
throw no rock at
No,
the
you
time.
can't change
Just
the
say
gun,
that.
Mr. Dunley.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Name,
But
Mr.
this
Name,
is
that's a
this is
complete
this
mischief
is
from Mr.
not
They can never
this is
throw rock
not
that way. No.
this is not. But Mr. Namwe, though, I disagree on this one
Mm.
because this there's cues that MCC is coming. Listen, MCC came in 3 hours earlier than the president. This is a lack of coordination. Liberia is not one country where you can chew multiple folks can chew gum and walk at the same time. With or without MCC, there's always traffic anyway coming from the airport. So to say that we cannot call MCC or smooth escort from RIA to wherever they're going, and also respect the right of citizens to congregate in a peaceful and respectful way to welcome their political leader, it's nonsense. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were trying to disrupt any possible crowd gathering of the president. This was politically motivated. Do you think that those armed men would have gone to the airport had George Weah not been entering the country? What does the MCC require multiple vehicles of armed men? RIA. Also remember, if they were serious about VIP, this is the former president we're talking about. This is the former president who dedicated a presidential lounge. He never used that presidential lounge. He turned that over. He made sure that that lounge was completed and it was turned over to this government. Since this government has sentenced it to power, they have refused George Weah entrance into the VIP lounge, which is the reason why he has used the regular arriver that all of us use. If they were serious about protection and it's showing that the airport was peaceful, the president will be using the presidential lounge. Why have they denied him access to the presidential lounge? So to even say that because the MCC is coming, so no one else in the country should move around. This is a citizen of Liberia. Apart from the fact that he's a former president, he's a worst star. We don't like it or not, but he has supporters. He has supported. When Henry Costa entered Liberia in 2000 and when that protest he had, when he entered the country, the entire country knew that Henry Costa was coming for what would be the biggest protest in Liberia. You know what the president did? They accorded Henry Costa and those guys security. That's what George Weah did. He took Henry Costa convoy from the airport straight to Monrovia. Took hours. People had to park their vehicles. They didn't send armed men to RIA. So why is this government sending armed men to RIA when the former president arrives? So these guys have a record of using the security apparatus against citizens in the wrong way, and this is wrong. This is wrong. These people are citizens. They have freedom of movement as long as they're not impeding anyone. The police could have given him an instruction, and the president said that the former president said that at the airport. Please, if whatever they tell you guys, leave them alone. Leave them alone. But these people have the right to do what they should be doing, and this is wrong. And you know what's going to happen? Let's say, for instance, come 2029, a unity party is not in power no more. Can you imagine what would happen if CDC won and the president and the other guys decided to do exactly what these guys are doing to them? We've got to be very careful. This is what got us to where we are now. When that war started, people were retaliating against people. We're moving with this in the same likeness. We got to be careful. We have to respect the rights of people. Joseph Boakai does not own Liberia. Just because he's president, he's not above the law. George Weah does not own Liberia. All of us own that country. Every one of us own that country. And if the police and the other security apparatus want to do the right thing, they should coordinate these things where it's peaceful and there are no issues. So they were absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Exactly. I honestly, we cannot foresee if the people are going to stage a demonstration. They're going to throw rock. These were peaceful citizens, excited for their leader coming home, and they went up there to meet him. I don't think you can do that to people. You can interrupt people. You can treat them like that. That was wrong. The security was wrong. And I don't know, these people did not go to the place to disturb or to break buildings. They were just happy because George Weah is the leader. I don't care how we like it or who liked him. George Weah still got a lot of people in Liberia that follow him. He's still a formidable force when it comes to the politics of Liberia. But for what they did to these people today, sidelining them, and they're creating their own issue. And exactly as Mr. Nagbe said, you said MCC coming to Liberia. What sense it make for MCC to come to Liberia and meet Sawyer and people fighting? You know? So these people did not go to the airport with intention or even disturbing or even throwing any stone. It was the police that created all these ring of road and stuff that said to protect it. But these people are not disturbing. They didn't build a line to the airport and say, oh, y'all stay here. And the people broke the rules and went beyond that line and all kinds of stuff. They just decided to stop them to intimidate President Weah. You know, and I think that's wrong. I don't think President Weah did that to them. I think it was wrong for them to do that.
But beyond that, if you saw the way, I agree that the MCC, you went in to meet and found some way for the end. Now we have the MCC folks definitely used the VIP lodge, right, out of the old one or the new one of them, because they both are still in use actively. We do have active and regular assigned EPS assigned there. They will directly move those presidential Mercedes assigned there straight to the plane, to the tarmac, and get those special features.
Exactly.
And then that vehicle will convey those special features back to the VIP lodge there, and wherein and they will be also conveyed to another waiting group of guest official vehicles from the Liberian government that will eventually commute them to town. Now, if that was the case, Mr. Weah did not use that particular lodge. Mr. Weah came through general arrival. So listen, there was no way to create same today. Allow those folks to come. All of them are going to the main terminal, to the general arrival and departure. Allow them to move in there. And then you create the space to open the route, because the MCC folks came on early. Now, what I'm hearing, I'm reliably informed that when the MCC folks arrive, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, I stand to be correct here, but that's what my information is telling me, that the Minister of Finance and Development Planning is currently on his way to the US. He wants to do everything to be here to see the president deliver his speech tomorrow. Oh. The Minister of Finance leaving the country, he intended to hold meeting with MCC folks in the airport, at the airport.
Look at that.
So there was something there. So because he wanted to have the meeting at the airport and then catch his flight to Accra, he should be on the flight tonight. What's the time now? Yeah, he's already on the flight now, a Delta flight that is bound for New York. I think that flight should be airborne by now, headed for New York. That will be landing 5 a.m. our time tomorrow morning.
I mean, more important than coming to America.
So he had this impromptu meeting with the MCC's folks, because he wouldn't be in the country all the time. They would be there. I think they should be there for 5 days or so.
Look at that.
So that's one of the reasons why the whole thing. So they thought to do all this management. That's where the problem came from today. Okay, we meeting these people, so they thought that this kind of crowd, they didn't want the crowd to come to the airport where it was be seeing some level of disruption of this is unfolding, but they didn't manage it well. I thought the way they handled the security coverage of the entire arrival and the arrival of both the MCC delegation and the arrival of the former president, his entourage, there was some conflict between, and the way the police managed it by trying to say, hey, the way to have handled that today was I want to believe they didn't know the schedule of the former president, right? They didn't know he was actually arriving today. Now that you got the information, because I think it being around for some time.
They told them 2 days ahead, because they were all
2 days ahead, right?
Issue a public statement all about it.
They should have appropriately, in an appropriate manner, planned their arrival. And I mean, because the two delegations, the former president delegation and that of the MCC delegation, they were not meeting the scene. They were not coming through general arrival. The former president came through general arrival. The other people came through an exclusive managed process, wherein the security was provided by the EPS and some police officer. They brought them straight in there. But the delay came that the Minister of Finance have asked that they had a meeting in the terminal of the VIP lodge before his departure for the US, because he was bound to leave Liberia also via Kenya Airways.
He forced to come. That means it's important.
So he's currently airborne, and he's expected to arrive 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern time in New York, so that he will be on time to see the president deliver. The president, I'm told, according to my schedule, also the president will be speaking around 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon at the General Assembly.
So which one he did today?
Today he spoke
for the women, just for the women thing.
Commemorating the United Nations women something. So that's the program he spoke to today. So the General Assembly kick up tomorrow, and there he's expected to speak tomorrow. I think the first speaker will be the U.S. president. I will start from there, the USA and all that, but the U.S. president is going to speak also tomorrow.
So Ali, you'll be back tomorrow. That's good.
So you got.
But he arrived in the morning.
They listen to you guys and say, "Bwaka, rehearsing now."
he should be in the morning, and Bwaka should be in the afternoon. They would definitely meet. The president of the United States will have a dinner for all of the visiting head of states, and for opportunity with photos for photo up with all of them. So there will be time, we'll meet and other things. I hope. The old man also saying the beautiful English papel.
No, should speak. You understand better.
Let me work on Kehleboe Gongloe. Hey, Honorable Pewee, Henry Peabody, and Chief, our resident doctor said we've been on the show over 2 hours. You guys gotta get up and walk around. Abby Tyler, our nurse practitioner, she said 2 hours you guys gotta walk around. So you gotta go.
That's very true for blood clot and all of that.
Yeah, we're taking breaks. We're going back and forth, right?
Okay, good. Abby Tyler, if you're listening, thank you very much.
I've been wanting to bring Abby on that show. On the show, I gotta bring her on for a health program on Sunday one day. I'll bring Abby. I've been telling her ever since.
Let me get up to you.
Yeah. Pewee, you gotta get up and walk around after 2 hours.
You can get and run in place, stay in that one place and just jog. You don't have to walk.
Yeah, just move around.
Yeah, I do that a lot. I run every morning.
I can do that.
Yeah, you can. I know you walk around. That's good. Walk around too. That's good.
There's a time I spent about 14 hours. 14 hours on the flight.
Yeah, so you can go and walk.
14, but that was okay because. And for me, one of the things when I'm on the flights and when I sit down and drink my wine, then I will walk from the tail to all the way up down to the end of the other side. You walk, you come out, and you do it every 30 minutes. I will do that. It can keep me moving on the kind of line. But yeah, it's good to at least allow the blood. Yeah, thank you for that health tip.
All right, so I just wanted to make a quick comment. Thank you, Gayman, for giving me name. I really wanted to make a quick comment quickly on the issue raised by Tomalin George. I share the same. I'm not going to criticize you tonight.
Okay. At least three spend me.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing you. I agree with you. That's why I came on the show.
Okay, but for that, I want the master not come on the show. You know that, right?
I just came to praise you.
Yeah, Twan come on the show.
Go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I will be. Tomorrow.
Is that true that say you put a position statement backing Kun presidency 2029?
Oh,
who?
You.
Jeremiah Kun. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news.
Bwaka running.
I'm hearing that Kun going to be the candidate.
You're carrying something.
I'm hearing from you guys.
Kehleboe Gongloe.
Is it true that you declare your intent to support Kun?
At this point, I don't know who is running. So
no, okay. Not
it doesn't make sense for somebody to, in Liberia, people can lie sometimes without common sense.
Will you support the candidacy of Kun 2029 if he contests?
Will you support the candidacy of Thomas Fala or T5 in 2029?
No.
They ask you a question, the right question.
No, for me, I answer mine. I said
no. Of course, I would say no because T5 is no different from I know Thief Kun too. It's Thief, not T. T5. That's how they call it.
And so how you calling Kun?
That's Thomas Falah cursing.
Oh man,
Will you support the candidacy of Jeremiah Kun as president of the Republic 2029?
Just as you would not support T5.
No, let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question. Direct question. Answer the question.
T5 is not
just as you would not do for a brother. T5 I will not do the same.
T5 is not harboring any presidential ambition.
Well, you can't say.
No, I can say for a fact.
No, but
I know that I will support T5 if he push for the speaker position next 2029. I will support that. I have spoken. Will you support?
You don't have anything. You see, Liberian can mislead himself. When someone is running in the House or in the Senate, you don't have a vote.
No, you see,
from politicians for the president.
You see, my own people
here in the United States, when the congressional leaders or members are selecting a leader, it's party based. It's a Monday.
Listen to them. My own dear,
just love to talk. And sometimes talk unnecessarily.
My own dear Gongloe.
So why is you supporting someone?
Listen to this. Let me say this for you quickly. You see, sometimes it's not the loudness that will come and be saying things loudly. Then we'll listen. Oh, you say they're gonna let Brenda, then we'll listen to you. So now we'll listen to you because we want you to expose yourself, basically. That's how we give you this in the ear. Now, and let me say this to you quickly. That I'm not saying that I'm duly cognizant of the fact that I don't have voting right to vote in a speaker election.
Because he's not a member.
Because I'm not a member. But here's what I can do. I can influence a vote in said direction.
Influence a vote?
Let me say this to you. I do have my representatives as well. This is what I voted for.
I will be there. I'll be in the house.
Contact my lawmaker and say to my lawmaker, Honorable, I believe that Thomas Falah can be a good speaker, and I will want you to support him. Now, not only my lawmaker, I can contact other individual lawmaker, and I can influence the vote. So that from that perspective, I will come in.
I need to comment on the We Are a Rival issue that Tomalin introduced.
Before you comment on the We Are a Rival, will you support or not support Kun for president?
I'm not going to answer that. It's my time to speak. When it's your time, you can talk.
So that means that actually posted. He said you've been talking to Kun beyond though.
Tomalin do not allow me to say something that will be castigating some of you on the screen. I'm not one of those who have asked Kun for air ticket. I've never asked any. I've never even met Kun in my life.
But who not asked for air ticket?
Yeah, ask that.
So who told you that I'm supporting Kun?
Oh, the man asking you a question.
Call the name of the person. They are calling me.
Who said
you told you that I declared support for Kun?
Kun himself said that he's supporting him.
But so Kun is a criminal liar. How can a man who has never spoken to me, who has never shook hands with me, who has never exchanged
listen.
I'm informed on the public platform. You are saying
listen. I'm informed reliably. He didn't say that for the record.
But he just said Kun me.
No.
And the record will reflect that. In fact, I will tell my picking saying now to capture this and play it. Kun said it. And Kun said it to you and you said it. He has not spoken to me.
No, I have clarified for the record that he didn't say it. But these are speculations that you are leading to that direction.
I want the public to hear. The clarification will not be inside.
But these are speculations that you are leading. These are speculations that you are leading to that direction.
All I can say to you, that court cap, cap court will be out tomorrow, and I will send it to you. The clarification will not be part of it.
He clarified the man he clarified just now.
No, I said to you, I said for the record, Kuni. I said for the record, Kuni, tell me that.
But you said Kun said it first.
Nobody has.
Okay. So we'll take the first one and share it.
Oh, my man.
And then you can call the other one, and you can call your clarification and share it. But the one that interests us is
no. Listen, I'm not going to waste my time in responding to things you will say. If you say that, then I mean, it's a business. I'm asking on the show. I say it's been speculated now that you are leaning towards supporting Jeremiah Kung if he were to contest the Liberian presidency. I said if.
All right,
right?
so
that's what I stated.
So Victor gave me I'm not looking. Gilman gave me the floor, and I'm going to address my issue to the conduct of the Liberian National Police today, and that's what I want to speak on.
Okay.
All these political hyenas distract me. I'm not going to respond to that.
What say you about the Liberian National Police saga today?
Here is my view. And it's not just the Liberian National Police. You know, I made a statement the day CDC headquarters was demolished. On this platform, I said it was a great day for CDC. That if I were a strategist for the CDC, it was now the beginning of 2029 campaign. And I think consistent to that, the Unity Party has gone in panic mode. What they did today is a classic example of panic reaction. They wanted to suppress the outpouring of love and admiration for one of their own. I'm not a we are man. I've never voted for we are. Stood in many things. I was invited to be part of CDC. I said, no. Kofi who slept in my house here. And when you're going to meet we are in Florida. We had a breakfast in my house here. And I said, and invited him to follow into Florida. I said, I cannot. And I gave him a reason why I cannot. So I'm not one of those who have been on Wiasa. But I think the UP is panicking and they are actually going to shoot themselves in the legs. And that's what I believe. To see a handful of white men that are considered the agent provocateurs of the neo-colonial project in Africa, who come and do whatever they want to do with African leaders because it mismanage their own resources. Instead, a rather of maybe 4 or 5 of them, you suppress the fundamental rights of Liberians to accommodate them. I think that was unpatriotic. I think that is part of the classic panic move of the UP. And I think we should call it for what it is. Okay? They have got into panic mode. And if we are guests out in the 15 countries, the Musa ability is doing the run in Nimana, all these things are coming on Musa is because the message Musa is putting in Nimba. In fact, as they bring as the Streamex and FPRC or SLAG or Senate debate goes on, Musa is telling the people in the villages where he's implementing project that, you know what, Jeremiah Kung has been here for 14 years. He has not done what I'm doing. I'm doing it, and he thinks when I'm doing this thing, I'm making it unpopular. So this is why he's fighting my company where I'm getting the money from. That's a message Musa is telling the villagers. In fact, in one village, I listened to him, and he said, how many years this bridge has been here that you never had a car to come to your district? And some of them said 20 years. And he said, how many years Kun have been in the legislature? They said, he has been there 14 years. He said, has he done this? They said, no. He said, I'm doing it, but he wants to take where I can get the money from. So it's a powerful message that he's passing. So Musa is doing that. Wia is arriving, and they are now saying, hey, CMC is a surrogate, it's an extension of the CDC. When we all know that Musa Ability has pledged that he's going to be on the ballot in 2029. So how can he be a CDC surrogate? See, so my view is this was so unpatriotic to suppress the rise of tens of thousands of Liberians for faraway men representing the neo-colonial project in Africa. It was despicable, unpatriotic, and it's part of a constituent part of the trends of panic move by the UP government. That's
let me allow me, please. You know, a lot of time I don't always agree with Mr. Gongloe because I think he's a radical. But that does not negate the fact that Mr. Gongloe just spoke my mind, and I think he just spoke the minds of thousands of people, of Liberians. And I don't think he could have said it any better. And I agree with every single thing he said. To deprive citizens of Liberia, and this is the reason why we are treated like slaves in our own country. This is exactly what's happening in real time in Liberia. This is the reason why foreigners are given the upper hand on all levels in Liberia than Liberians. This is the reason. This is the reason why the little small jobs that are coming into the country. This is the reason why Liberians are not the CEOs. They are not the general managers. They are the securities and the house boys and the house girls. This is the
Yes.
reason why.
Yes.
This is the exact reason why. This mindset is one led by the government, and it's not just unique to the Barca administration. We do not have no respect for ourselves. We do not have respect for each other. We see the foreigner, we see the white man as this savior. And so they are giving more respect and more honor. The same honor they won't give you in their own country. Do you think that those folks will stop the entire country and movement of citizens and important people? Those guys, look, forget, but those guys are not more important than George Weah. Politics aside. And when we speak the truth, people like Abu Kamara and others will label us as seditionists. I'm not a sedition. And I don't care what you think I am, but the truth is the truth. Why would you stop the movement of Liberian citizens whose the Constitution protects, who rights you should be protecting in the name of welcoming 4 or 5 white men? I agree, and we gotta say what it is: white men. In a country where a white man cannot become citizen even today. Even today. Have you think about that?
Very good point.
Have you think about that?
Where white men can be
In
citizens.
a country where the Constitution does not permit, it prohibits a white man from becoming a citizen in our country today. But you are indirectly depriving Liberians the right. You are indirectly disrespecting people who have given back to the country more than those guys. This is crazy. But why I have the opportunity? Let me just say this before I go. I don't want to be remiss. Today is the birthday of my brother, my dear brother, and this is the reason why these guys think I'm a sedition. But I don't give a damn. But today is Sekou Kalasko birthday. I just want to say to my dear brother, if you're listening to us, happy birthday to you. You are a great man, you're a good man, and you've impacted many lives. And I just wanted to give you a shout out today. May God continue to bless you. May God continue to strengthen you. May God continue to give you wisdom and protect your family. Happy 49th birthday to my brother Sekou Kalasko.
Okay, no, I just wanted to add this quickly, Robert. Even for the record, under the CDC government, we who support Henry Costa was a rally in Monrovia. Look at our eye. The CDC government gave him a free ride. He had a long convoy.
Thank you.
Uninterrupted, unimpeded. He went all the way Broad Street of Finance Ministry. I saw him standing on top of the car.
And I said the same thing Abu said Allah. But we all happy.
But
Abu Kamara said Allah.
Well, I don't have respect for his view.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
that's the point I wanted to share.
Tony Wilson said birthday. Tony, happy birthday to you.
Message away, and I couldn't, allow him to do it. So
happy birthday, Miss Wilson. Happy birthday.
Miss Wilson, thank you. You are a Virgo. I think you guys are doing good. Well, guys, listen. It looks like Gregory Kromah has a personal vendetta against George Weah. For some reason, either Joey took his girlfriend or something, because this thing is personal.
I agree.
But it's personal, yeah.
It has to be personal.
And
Look,
you know your boy is used to that Philadelphia area. There are all kind of things that happen in that.
I see. No wonder, because we have a rapist on the run, and you're not arresting him. We got there was the young man who they say raped, allegedly raped an 8-month-old baby. The guy is in jail. They didn't wait for no DNA, or they put him in jail. Now our homeboy from Buchanan mess with people's child, and he said he gotta go ask the U.S. embassy to go do DNA. What kind of human being is that?
Since Tomalin George can speak to all of them, maybe we need to ask Tomalin to conduct an investigation. What has ever happened between Jerome Gayman and George? So maybe Tomalin George can speak to that.
No, but no, it's not a conversation to be. It's not a conversation to be held on national radio. But I would say this. I would say, my last trip in Liberia, I was flying from Ghana back home, and I was offered. A buddy of mine came to the airport and actually offered me to come to the VIP. I said, no, I'm not coming to no damn VIP. They actually said that I could take my car, I said, I'm not coming to no VIP. I will come to the regular place, because the way these guys are moving, you already have power. What's going on? You already have power. Joe, we are coming to the country. How does that affect you? The election is in 2029. What is the worry? And so Gongloe said it right. They are panicking unnecessarily, and in doing so, obstructing Liberians of their own right, and they're hurting themselves, because again, the human rights report that is coming up soon, and you cannot afford to have another damning human rights report.
Look at this.
And Gregory Coleman acting like he's not going to live in Liberia after 2029.
You see this? See this young man? This young man was the one that raped the baby, and it says here, the suspect was immediately arrested and currently being held at the San Quentin Central Prison awaiting trial. This man, nobody waiting for DNA. This the guy who raped the baby.
There you go.
And then,
yo, man, that is a procedure in Liberia. I think all of you have heard about pre-trial detention.
Pre-trial detention.
That's the way to do it in Liberia. So somebody accuses you without any evidence. The first thing they put you in jail while they look for the evidence.
But you think had this been the president's niece, or had this been the child of anyone who is influential as this so-called
just say Gregory Kromah niece.
You think if there you go, you think they will be you think this guy will be running all over the place right now? It's that Margaret not a tree to clean his behind on. They're doing this thing to this young lady because this little girl is considered in Liberia nobody, and the parents do not have the resources necessary or the connection necessary to hold this government feet to the fire. This is the reason why they're doing it. This would not even happen to me. I can guarantee you. This would not happen to me.
No. Hell no. Well, Chief George, we've been here 3 hours, 30 minutes. I think it's time for us to call it in and come in tomorrow and do it all over again.
I say, are you guys going to the conference, the diaspora conference?
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be at the diaspora conference. But tomorrow, the CMC.
When? It's on a Friday or Saturday? I'm trying to figure
Friday or Sunday.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
The president will address on Friday, address the opening.
Okay, so I'll come down on Friday.
The town meeting will be on it. The president will be on.
So terminal. When Myean appear right here.
He said by the time he finished what he right now, he will get a final date. So
please, personally, if I don't check everything, let me know, because I have I'm an expert on Neymar politics. I want to be able to ask the question.
Good.
Yeah, but what I mean, from what I heard, okay, over the weekend, he taking the issue over even I thought of DeLong. That 25 senators are in Neymar with AML. They said that in the senator room, they put it to upon us to go there. So
those of you suppose Sir Joseph. When I said on the forum before that Sir Joseph was corrupt, you went after me. You disagree. This is an example of classic conflict of interest and corruption, public corruption. Sir Joseph is noted. I mean, we know in Liberia, we're now a country of documentary evidence. People had their interest here and there. even Jeremiah Kuhn and Floyd Thomas in 2020 after the
he said until say on when I'm not come money.
It's consistent. I will keep doing that. In 2020, right after the senatorial election, all of you saw that. In fact, you are a spoon then. All of you are a spoon. He went to Ikepa and made a big media flash that, oh, people are sleeping in the container. Look at the hospital here. ArcelorMittal, you must do so. When he returned to the Senate, not a single letter he wrote to the Senate floor to invite ArcelorMittal to come in compliance with the obligation. He did not. But what he said is reported that he did was to just get ArcelorMittal to give John Walter more contracts, which is a shareholder in it. So that's the same thing with Thomas Farah. Thomas Farah is really renting all his bosses to ArcelorMittal. So he has a contractual arrangement with ArcelorMittal. So he has a personal connection with the senior management team. That's why he led those senators, group of senators who went there. Okay? And because they asked on one program that I listened to on Spoon, they asked on one single, in fact, Sir Joseph himself, say, who honored the cost of the trip to Ikepa? Sir Joseph could not answer that. Because the Senate did not give the money, they did not pay that. So who paid? They cannot answer that question. The fact that the murmur and the struggle to answer that, something is happening somewhere.
Can I ask Professor something real quick? And maybe you guys can talk about it later on. It looked like I mean, and I can understand why our people want to just travel anywhere they can travel, right? For opportunity, or maybe just to see the world. But not only are they in line for U.S. visa business, but you heard about the group that went to Japan for this conference with the former cultural ambassador and got stuck at the airport for days. And it was only until recently that the ambassador in Japan, what's his name, Alpiton, recently shared pictures of those guys being released. Why would these guys leave Liberia if they left with a visa, go to Japan only to be arrested at the airport and detained for what was going on?
Did I tell you the whole story? That's why.
This is an embarrassment, man. I mean, it was almost maybe 8 and 10 of them. They were not at the airport for one day, for a few days. So if they left Liberia with a valid visa, then why are they getting arrested and detained in Japan? This is, I don't know, man.
They not tell you the real story.
The reason behind that, probably, again, that's a very convoluted situation, Robert. The reason is that it's very, very convoluted, and most of those people, as Judy and Andy, first and foremost, now they can help most of the guys to get a visa. And they apparently went there, they were trying to find their way. You know, those systems, not that here they don't have too much brand. They put systems it's a very organized country.
Very sophisticated.
And one of the most sophisticated country across the world. Very beautiful.
So the man have been trying to escape.
Yes. And then you find a way easy to book something there up. There's a system there, and this language barrier will give you hell to. Yeah, you can come out.
I said the same thing as somebody. I said the same thing about someone don't believe me. I said there's no way this guy left Liberia with a valid visa, only for them to get a detained at the airport on our way back. They were caught somewhere else, trying to escape, and they brought them to the airport.
Why you think Judy and Paul said they didn't make sure the guy has to know? Most of them are born with them, were working with them, went with them, right? Trying to find their way out now.
Of all the countries, why would you want to escape in Japan?
Yes. But they're doing that. The hustle that would be good.
Totally. It's not that Japan you want to live, but Sylvester, even if you don't have money in Liberia, you're struggling. There's certain country that makes sense for you to escape. Why would you?
No, you can escape that, Raul. You can make a lot of money there. It's one of the industrial countries. But why you see they got thousands of Liberians in South Korea?
Damn it.
Go in South Korea and see the Liberians. It play one of the cities. One of the cities they add too many apart from Seoul, because these are major developed countries across the world. You see Japan, you see South Korea, part of Asia.
I mean, I want to go on vacation, but I don't want to go to Japan to go.
Right. I mean, you can find one of the factories in Hosty.
But the decline of the birth rate, they are importing foreigners, right? Immigrants. But you gotta do it. You gotta do it the right way because they just opened a city in honor of Nigeria. They're talking about 5,000 to 15,000 Nigerian young progressive to go out because they want to replenish their population. But if you're from Liberia and you don't have what it takes, because the folks are not looking for any kind of immigrant, they are looking for knowledge class. Those guys are coming from Liberia, from Nigeria and Ghana. They already got a place set there. They talk about a whole village of 5,000 people from one country.
But Mr. Gayman, that everywhere Liberia will go, they will want to go escape. Why can't you just go and return? That everywhere they will go, they will go want to escape.
Hey, the people coming from war. Can you imagine you are on the ambassador team, right? There's a cultural ambassador. Then you go get her and run. run away. You don't speak the people's language.
I'm just saying, I'm not escaping in Japan. I can't speak the damn thing. Who am I going to talk to? What will be the conversation?
And you look different.
Go back home.
You look different. Everywhere you go, you look different. It's not like America when you open your mouth, they can't tell the difference whether you're American unless you start talking and they say, oh, this guy, I'm from here. You go to Japan, I think the ratio there might be there. Every 1,000 person, they see one black person.
We got to do better, man. We got to do better and provide the people the opportunity right in life. I can feel bad for some of the people, man.
So why you blaming America when America know these guys they're running away and they say y'all goes even government official they don't want to go. So what may you think the people should not put that in line? Because we got no self-respect. You go to the people place, they treat you like that. I won't even go land or whatever. But they want to come for their padam. Their padam basically will kill them.
Oh, the conference, the people who come for the conference are getting padam too? The diaspora conference?
Well, they all want to come to the UGA thing, but they're all using this conference thing and all kinds of stuff because they don't want the government to say they want to carry 500 people to the UGA now. So now everybody using this conference. The conference for diaspora. What you Liberia coming to do here? They say diaspora conference. Then you want to come over there to come. Then the people ain't give you.
So, so can you explain 1 minute? What would be the need for Liberians in Liberia to come for the diaspora conference when they don't live?
Pewee.
No, they are coming to provide you information, investment information. They're going to say where the opportunities are in the country.
Man,
that's
please.
what they come to do.
Yeah.
Even though they don't have the data, because one of my friends went to Liberia recently. He went to NRC, he went to Ministry of Commerce, Agriculture. He was trying to get data, so he can write a proposal for some investors to partner with. He said they couldn't give him the data. He met even the Minister of Commerce herself, met the National Investment Commission chair, and said all of them just complain. They don't have the data.
Because
the data is there, but they don't prioritize collection of those type of information. Because they're still doing everything manually on the paper, they fill in form. So you gotta capture, you gotta take, synthesize and take few important things, data point from the paper. They're not doing things are not computerized yet. So
awesome, guys. It's time for us to call it in.
All right, Gilman, look at my head. That's your product here, Gilman.
Yeah, listen, man, you're looking good. Mr. Pewee, your closing, man. Let's go. You are muted.
I just want to say I'm enjoying Liberia Team haircut.
Yeah, they got a nice haircut.
I'm not Team.
Kehleboe
Gongloe.
Look at my own the great Kehleboe Gongloe.
Like Gilman sent me the product. You see Gilman hair?
The mathematician.
Yes.
Gilman sent me the product. He said use this product. That's
correct. You gotta use it, man.
So what do you have that product?
We can't tell you. You gotta pay for it.
He bought it from Amazon and sent it to me.
So that's just for men, right?
No, hell no. I would never use just for men.
So which one is that?
It's right here.
It's a natural product. It's ginger. We don't
mix the ginger and all the stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to
know what it does?
It does what? It does make you look young, make you look good. But if you ugly, when I make you look
no, it can't make you look fun.
Listen, Tony says she will cook some pepper soup for you guys who want to Washington D.C. She got the food ready. Now wait, I did. Tony want you to boycott our own event. Go to our event.
You know, I like the offer, and
Tony, I'll call you, man. We got a plan. We got a plan for the weekend. Yeah.
Tony, when I'm in the DC area, I'm looking for you.
Hey, let me find this thing about the CMC program. So it's gonna be. I'm told it's gonna be the major 5-star hotel downtown Philly.
Hotel, my man. We're not 5-star hotel now.
We're not downtown. They say it's no longer a Claron. They say I took Claron. The locals and they take it from Claron.
Victor, when he was young, he used to get into a lot of fights because he get high. He let people fight.
They say I have to get to Fetty Live again at the near the hotel. Tell about Fetty Live.
You know, we in our little Clarion hotel.
Yes. We had the diaspora team here, so I didn't want to talk about our program, so it didn't seem like I'm trying to take away. But yeah, we have.
No. I was just kidding, Jenna, but it's important.
I understand. I'm just closing now.
It's important that you talk about the program so that invite personal people. No, you have to take some time to close and talk about the program tomorrow. Let's talk about the CMC program tomorrow.
My man, let's talk about let's talk your own. Victor, talk your own.
But so let me talk about doing is even though my
I'm close, yo.
Sylvester, yeah. I'm closing for you and I.
Okay, I agree with that.
No, I'm just joking. But it's been good being back. I was away over the weekend. I missed you guys on Friday, and we're in Indiana and the YOLA convention got on very well. I think we had a very successful convention. The diaspora team,
Are you staying in Indiana?
No, I'm back now. I got back here this week. So the diaspora team, I said again, I think the way they're handling, and we pointed out some of the pitfalls, Sylvester and Peabody. I think it's a mistake to sideline the opposition. I wish they had thought about that, but I think it's kind of late now. But for future reference, they should do that. I think it's a mistake, for government to always, draw this line of demarcation. Between people in government and people who are not. You got to always, as a government, you have always tried, to blur the line. You got to try to put people together. So hopefully they will do that. But I think it will. I'm kind of optimistic that it will do better, and hopefully after that, like we all say here, we can all rally and for the future. Because this is all about country. It doesn't matter who is in the executive mansion or not. So I want to wish them well. We'll be watching. We'll talk about the CMC program tomorrow. It is at the Clarion Hotel. We didn't get money for 5-star hotel. It's at the Clarion Hotel. It's a one-night event, just Saturday night. It starts at 6 o'clock. It's basically a meet and greet and chat. Talk about the CMC. Talk about what we're doing, what we intend to do, lay out our roadmap. And if you're interested, you can sign up and join us. That's all we'll be doing. We're not asking for any money at the door. We cover that. There'll be food served. We'll have, refreshment. Sit down. Just sit and talk. So that is going to run for Saturday. Some of us will stick around, like my friend Jerome and others. We'll still hang out on Sunday.
Victor, let them know this is not a convention because
it is not.
It's not a convention. This is just a meeting and greet. We want to introduce the CMC to the public for the first time. That's why this is not a convention.
Correct. So tomorrow we'll provide
more details. I hope y'all do less talking and more jamboree.
Yeah,
less talking and more jamboree.
Of course, much more networking. That's correct.
Yeah, point taking, and you were invited to. So I hope if you are in DC, I hope you find time to come on. Kehleboe Gongloe, you are invited. You're on an invite. Tomalin, you and Peabody reserve, and I think Sylvester Pewee, you all reserve. Maybe I know you'll be in DC. I understand that. But if you finish early at the program, join us. I think we'll be there up to probably 10, 11. I think we have the place up to midnight or so. So that's what we're doing Saturday. As to the government of Liberia, right, and the former president, I think they need to find a way. We said this before. this whole tussle over the VIP lounge, really, I think it's a non-issue that is being made out of a big issue. The president is the former president. I think he has rights to the VIP lounge. I think they should let him use the VIP lounge. I don't understand what the big deal is about, the VIP lounge or whatever it is. And every time he returns to the country, it becomes, a flashpoint, people will continue. And it's not going to start. Now, it's not going to stop. Now it's being made now as a rallying, reason to rally around and step up to the government. So if I were with this government, be smart and preempt this out of this. Let the president go through the executive line. What is that going to do? I don't understand it. But thank you all very much for the show. Hope to be with you again tomorrow.
Thank you. Honorable Pewee.
Oh, yes. I think basically just have to say thank you for this day. We look forward to having a good program. But this week, we're going to have different sort of, we have the Washington, D.C. program coming up, the All Liberian Conference. We also do have the CMC, a fast-moving, growing political party. I know I'm going to be proud now by Mr. Nagbe by saying this, but on a serious note, a very serious-minded political institution, the political leader of the CMC will be here, and a lot of great things going to be discussed. So we look forward to actually trying to look at, from an independent perspective, do some analysis about the CMC gathering come. We need to call the CMC leadership in the U.S. And that's the problem. When we say they got a problem, you need the leadership now in the U.S. and the global chair need to start talking to the Liberian people as to what this program is about tomorrow. We have not been hearing from the CMC leadership, quote unquote, here in the U.S. saying or explaining on other platform or back home in the country as to what is the agenda of this coming conference, what is the theme, what is it about, what is the target people in terms of those things and your mobilization. Now we know that you're going to be amalgamating folks. What is the reason of the amalgamation and in what tune politically are you trying to do this? What's your draft line here in the U.S.? And we should start hearing some of these things. So we as a political pundit, we kind of to draw some analogy there about it, saying this now. But yes, a good political institution. They've been doing some things back in the country, but we need to have some story about what a certain platform about it. But you need to come and do some outreach, media outreach, and discuss the party. You need to start to do some engage politically. You have to engage folks, so as to understand what is the party doing to prepare. Because we're just talking about this weekend, a couple of days from now, right? The Claron, the last time we had 2 programs back to back. The Claron Hotel is a very great place to be. Also, it should not be a fast star, but it's one of those areas that is convenient in terms of meeting because of the great proximity to the Philadelphia International Airport. So we look forward to trying to see how we can do an arrangement of our schedule this coming weekend to see if we can navigate or negotiate our way between those areas and see if we're part of that. But in terms of the history of our country, the pattern of the history of the country, we've been engaging into different sort of the politics. We look forward to discuss. We can disagree to agree, but we should agreeably disagree. Right, in the course of the interest of the country moving forward. But I don't think we have to establish political institutions based on people that are heading political institutions. We can all disagree, but our disagreement should not be the point of disunity or the point of antagonizing one another. No, we have to open the process for diversions of political thought processes, if you will. So it's a very important thing to see. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen, and that the political leader of the CMC will be here. He was here in July. Unfortunately, we didn't meet. And when he was leaving in July, I think placed a call to him on the 22nd of July. While leaving for the airport, he said when he's back this time around, we'll have some time to see. He said he'll do here sometime late August, but again, it's now going to be this September for this program. So it's going to be a great time, and we want to hear more about your manifesto as to what you want to do for the people of Liberia.
Tomorrow the CMC will be our guest. Contact Kamara. Father Kamara will be our guest tomorrow. The spoke leader for the CMC.
Oh, okay. Then the CMC spoke.
So tomorrow she'll be in the hot seat. She'll answer a lot of questions tomorrow. I know people and
No. I'm not gonna say she coming as an advocate or politician now.
She's coming as CMC's post lady tomorrow.
Okay, now the advocate no more.
Yeah.
The people make it high.
No, but tomorrow will not be. I won't be like her. We'll be straight with her because she answered a tough question.
Jerry, why you laughing? I'm talking to you. That one for tomorrow.
The woman is an advocate.
So she's coming as
the advocate. Activate now.
Spokesperson lady. Come on,
now they activate again. This time around, politicians. Activate 10 politicians.
Man, Kehleboe, do your leg closing. Let's go, man. This guy,
activate 10 politicians.
Well, my closing is just what I came on the show to do, is to repeat my statement, my analysis. That the demolition of the CDC headquarters was a self-inflicted injury by the Unity Party, and since that demolition, the Unity Party is in a panic move, and I think all other actions towards the CDC is out of panic. And today was a classic example of the RI. That's my theory, and that's my analysis about it.
Thank you, Chief. You tired? You look tired, man. We just started Monday. You gotta go to work tomorrow. You're closing. Chief Tomalin George. Oh,
I was going to sleep you on the show.
Sleepy, come on, man.
Yeah, Ben, like this.
Something about to happen right after the.
Chief, the Tottenham High School people say don't forget about them.
Yeah, we'll start tomorrow because the guys who do it, they're not in studio, so we'll do it tomorrow. When the show starting, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it, yeah. But something about to happen. As soon as the president returns from the hunger and then the whole thing over, the political landscape gonna shift. You'll get ready to see a big political shift in the political landscape of our country. And so we'll know exactly what will happen 2029 earlier than expected. We'll know what's happening. So
when your third option coming?
Forget it. I arrive in Liberia November. We'll know about when I arrive in
that comes, man.
2026, you'll know.
Oh, you're going November 2026?
I'm going to November 2026. We'll know exactly what was.
Are you announced?
The person will announce.
Oh, okay.
We decide.
I thought it's depending on your arrival.
No, we have an important meeting in Liberia in November. All stakeholders will be there.
People are having important meeting in Maryland several months ago, and you can.
I think the meeting having in November in Liberia, your sister will be there too. If I'm mistaken, she'll be there too. I don't know. So,
my sister is not part of your Black Bear.
How you know? How you know?
Huh? Because I know that because I'm a trusted ally.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
I can boast about that. There's
nothing. So if your sister turns out to be there, then what should we say about you?
First of all, she will tell me the detail, and I will make my analysis, and she will weigh the options.
Wherever she go, Gongloe's gonna go. So
because family sources are also impeccable, so I'm just saying.
Let him be talking. You know what, Brown.
He's not a politician now. He's not a politician. So
what I know, Tomalin George, from a reliable source, he's actually on a wait and see moment with Alexander Cummings. That's how Cummings is in Moreover going from one ghetto to another. When you see that window, Cummings is actually a Tomalin third option, because we have had several series of discussion. He didn't tell me that, but no, I'm an analyst. I listened to you for long, and I conclude and say this is what the guy is up to. I made that conclusion personally. He can dispute it, but he's a Cummings man.
No one will come go into other Tomalin George territory or a little spot like Nuclear Town, Point 4, how do you call the other place?
Well, those are terminal jail strategy.
Yeah, like
you should go to all those
spot. Told the man to go over there, go on CDC turf.
So he's going in November now to assess whether the ghetto strategy is working.
So this weekend we'll see members of the Bugger administration. We'll see them in Washington this week. We'll see all of them.
You're gonna see a lot of them.
It is true that Pewee. It is true that today when the president Mike was caught up, they said Tomalin was laughing at you.
Yeah, no, you will see them in the back. I don't know
what. Laughing at the president at you.
Yeah, in the back, I saw the Secretary of State.
Is it when they caught the president Mike started laughing at the president at you?
Yeah, they will be asking you to play that play.
That can never beat you.
No, I don't know but when they caught the mic off, she turned to him and they started talking, but she was not smiling, but it was a smirk on her face.
The problem is two things could be right at the same time, or sometimes the appearance. It's possible that Thomas Fala might have been maybe talking to the next person and they were laughing, and at the same time, simultaneously, the mic was cut off and would appear like that's why he was laughing.
Immediately after the speech, Thomas Fala posted congratulating the president, saying he was glad to be a part of the interaction of the president and the rest of that. So that wouldn't be again.
Thomas Fala is loyal to Bouaka. I can tell you that, and he's loyal to Bouaka for self-interest. Thomas Fala is one of the most. He has engaged his business empire. The
media is not self-interest. The media is
traditional.
It's because of cultural.
Let me end my statement. You can't know that your local brother.
They make a lot of money on the line.
I know that your local brother. The way you came, let tell you well. When Bouaka said,
"How you accumulate that wealth?" You always say that. How you accumulate that wealth?
So can I finish?
No, but I ask you a question. I'm stuck. Go ahead. I know you're talking. Go ahead.
When I finish talking, you tell your own.
Okay.
How the show business work? Okay?
No, but sometimes you say something, and I will pull you to check. And
I can also respectfully decline to respond. Right? Which is perfect.
How did he get his work?
As chairman of Ways and Means and Finance at the legislature, everybody knows that CDC took him from the regs and he became a millionaire, multi-millionaire. Okay, this guy, how he got a university? Could he have built a university even if he worked for the legislature for 30 years on salary? Could he build a university and be paying salary for teachers? I'm not going to be distracted by your question, but it's all clear that the university he got today that is far better than the University of Liberia. He could not have built that with salary. Because people go in government, you should want to work for salary, nothing else. How he got it? He should convince the public that this is how I got it. Here are the evidence. Until that, I believe he went to Bouaka for fear that Bouaka was going after the WIA administration, and he was one of the many people who have money in the CDC. He said, shit, if I don't go to the old man, he can't after me, I'm dead. That is what, so he's acting on self-interest, basically. He's not like a committed person, but he's there to protect his business interest and his financial interest. That's what I believe.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow Fanta will be here. On Wednesday, Dr. Soma Sawa will be here talking about the migration to Liberia. And on Thursday, I think we have, then Friday, we have our show. And Chief, you're going to be doing something out of Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, we'll be coming live from there.
Okay, great. So Friday, Saturday, and probably Sunday, we will be going live from Washington, D.C. You're going to see the whole thing. Friday is going to be a great, the opening section. Tomalin is going to be there. There you go. You got copy of the book. Okay, there you go. Excellent.
Now, who's the book then?
Dr.
This book you need to read. The roots and routes. Migration and ethnicity in Liberia's complex history. This is really, they're just showing, like, for example, the name Crown. He gave you the Crown is not the original name Crown, but the Pele people were mostly tax collector. And he gave those explanations, like, how they got that name. Even the manor was not the original name. So this is more like teaching us, our culture, and our history. How some of the names in Liberia we got it.
Is it on Amazon?
It's on Amazon. It's about $52.
I'm gonna get one.
Expensive.
Yeah,
very expensive.
I because it's a new book. It was just published June 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the few
it's too expensive, man. We're getting other book than the 48 rule part on
one of the very few persons that published it as soon I bought a copy when it was published. You know, God listened to him on the launch on Julius George show.
I will try to get one.
When I listened to him, I said, okay, I'm gonna buy this book. I always buy Liberian publishers. So
Pewee.
Gayman of publication.
You need to get this one. The Laws of Human Nature. For not the senior author of the 48 rules right here. And one of
I just bought a book, a political strategy book. I'm not going to show that to people.
But gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting weekend. Hopefully we enjoy it because we will be in DC. Another book that you guys need to read is this one right here.
Empire of Robbers?
Yes.
Yeah, I got that copy. I got a copy.
Fire Scramble for Liberia and Power. There you go. You need to get this one. And then you can also get this one.
Tovina, you coming to Washington DC on Friday, right? We'll see you there.
Oh yeah, no, she said she would do it online.
She will come. Tovina Jones there.
She will tell you, okay.
Tomalin Jones is inviting her now. So
good night, guys.
Yeah, guys.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys tomorrow.
Our best percentage, I think, give it to mine. You see? All the team,
I'll see you. Good night. See you.